Yes, good morning to you all. Welcome back to another Blue Money Show. Welcome back to another predicted lineup and match preview exercise on Chelsea Perspective. I hope you're all doing well, and I really do mean and that. Today we'll talk about, another 0 to 100 scenario, the story of Nkunku having undergone a medical. That one came out of nowhere. And then we will try to predict the 11 that will start against a Crystal Palace again and all that. But it was some other news also. More importantly, I hope you're all doing well. So sit back, relax, and let's get into the show. Yes, again, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Please do accept whatever suits your time zone. And I really do mean that again, but more importantly, blue morning to you because, in fact, it is the Blue Morning Show. I hope you're all doing well. I will start by going through what we already have in the chat and say hello to the people there. And please, as you're coming in, be sure that you like the video. Again, the likes help us reach a wider audience, and the more people we have here, the more fun the show will be. Again, Liam Lane, as always, the first to arrive here. Again, says Blue Morning, Coachella and the panel. Blue Morning to you too. I hope you're doing well. Please like and subscribe. This is very important. As you're coming in, please take a second to like the video. It does go a long way. Please like and subscribe when you enter. If you have not, as it helps the channel reach a wider audience. We have just 4 likes now. We should be doing better than that. Please, if you're in the chat, like the video as soon as you come in. And Santiago Munoz says, Blue Morning, Kachila, panel and chat. Santiago Munoz, I hope you're doing well, brother. Blue Morning to you. Mad, hey, I got caught up in work for a few days. Work is important, Again, participating in the show doesn't pay your bills. Again, bills don't pay themselves. So I totally understand. More importantly, I hope you're doing well. And Abhisha Moha, good morning. Good morning to you too, brother. How are you? I hope you're the Yes Nightbot is back and he's going to make the whole thing easier for me. But I haven't had the time to program it even further so that I can do less work, or people who do less work and it gets to do quite a lot of the heavy lifting there, if you want to phrase it that way. Hey, big up, guys. Good afternoon and good morning, and big up, brother Kachila. How are you? Again, I'm fine. And how about you? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I think we should get into it right away, but not with the lineup or probably with the stories we have lined up here. This one, like I said, it came out of nowhere. I talk about 0 to 100. This is a prime example. Again, Nkunku is one player I didn't realize we were looking at. There was a time we talked about him, and then we heard that he had extended his stay at Leipzig. Again, never suspected we were going after him. But then again, I will say this, I will not believe it until I see it happen. Again, we're seeing stories of us completing the signing of some players, and all that is left is just for them to join us when the transfer window, opens. We've heard the story of Christoph. Is it Christoph Freund? Again, is it what club again at the DOF, and again it didn't happen. So I'm not sure. And this a lot of stuff to make sense out of this. Why he'd complete a medical and then not join us, and then we'll stay with Leipzig until June again next year. The coming year, it doesn't make any sort of sense. Whereas there's a possibility they may have completed it late and then decide he stays there. There's a possibility the case is, okay, you know what? Let's just complete it. He's your player, but he's going to stay with us on loan. Or again, it just doesn't make any sort of sense. But I'd say again, be cautious about what you believe. We're not really, I'm not really sure about this one. says again, Nkunku will play behind. Yeah, he's a second striker. Again, that's how I don't know him as a midfielder, but I think he has the attributes, that will help him fulfill a midfield role on the flanks, specifically, not centrally. That's again, that at least that's how I see it. Nkunku will play behind as a second striker. Can finish. Yeah, he can finish, and I hope if in fact we sign him, he comes to Chelsea, he replicates the form he's shown at Leipzig. Again, he started the season well too, and that will probably lose Havertz his place. I think Havertz is a different kind of player, and Havertz, as much as he doesn't score too many goals, he's still pivotal to the way we play. I think he connects the attacking three and the midfield seamlessly, sometimes with the defense actually. But he's that player that you'd have to pay attention really well to understand what he brings to the team. But I can understand your point. Again, big up again, IPZ, another brother again. And Ahmad, I wanted to tell you, I think we'll be doing a lot of watch alongs on our soccer perspective while we wait to get more hosts or more expats to represent other clubs. And then we have a reading for that particular channel. It's Kami says, morning, coach. I knew it. I said it yesterday, show that Nkunku had a 16 million release clause. I hope it's real. Yes, that's the way to end that. Perfect way to end that sentence. I hope it's real. Also, again, we've been bamboozled, if you want to put it that way. Again, if you're watching, please take a second to like the video and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. IBZ brother, good morning. How are you doing, man?
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to you too, brother. Nice to hear. I know say you did very well. Nigeria know they will tell you first say things no straight to. Yeah, again, the Nkunku situation and the Nkunku story, that when it emerged out of nowhere, talk about going from 0 to 100. That's another example. And again, we've heard stories before. The Christopher Nkunku story, what's it again? There's one player we were told before that we've completed his signing, we've secured his signature. It's only a matter of the transfer window opening and he joins us. Do you believe this one? And again, even if you don't believe it, let's make sense. The aspect that says he completed a medical, if that's the case and he didn't join us, it just doesn't make any sort of sense.
No, I don't believe it, coach. I know there's a lot of
and that's not being
pessimistic.
Yeah, go ahead. That's not being pessimistic. Pessimistic. Let's just be honest. Again, we have to learn from what has happened in the past.
I'm not saying it can't happen.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm not saying that there's no money to make it happen. I just believe it's not happening. I believe the timing of this situation is premature and it's very bad timing. It's very hard to unpick it because I was very moved by it earlier, but I'm all right now. But it's hard to unpick it. What my instant reaction was, why sign him? Why not? If this was the case, why not have this deal in principle done when he signed that contract? And what has changed within when he signed that contract till now for him to agree a deal in principle?
Because you usually don't sign until after your medical.
Well,
isn't that the case?
That's where I'm where it's a bit muddy for me, and I'm just trying to understand. Now you say we've got medical reports. Well, the medical reports is only what if he's coming in a year and you've asked for medical reports. I mean, in a year that medical report may be expired. You might need a new medical report. So what if he pulls up? God forbid, but what if he picks up a serious one and he's out for considerable amount of time? I just feel that it's just a bit it's just premature for that deal to happen. Obviously, yeah, they may have already asked for medical reports and what have you. Even still, he's just agreed a new deal. I mean, I don't understand how that, and his release clause doesn't come effective till next week, next year. Um, that doesn't guarantee we will sign him. Anyone can activate that release clause, and they're in the money to sign him. So what's the guarantee that we're going to be in a position to sign him and match his ambitions? Say we don't get Champions League. Say, I just feel those type of things are just too premature. We're in September. We're just a month over from the deadline day, literally. So I mean, why are we still having transfer rumors in September? What I believe, obviously, I might be wrong. I'm not having conversations, but I think maybe because there's been a lack of football and a lack of league football with a lot of breaks. I mean, there could be engineered by just poor journalism. But again, since I've seen it, I've just seen everyone just pick it up, and I'm just like, really, guys, is this really happening? Like Nkunku's leaving, he's got ambitions as well. He wants to try and do big things. What if he does massive? I don't know. I just don't. I just see it too premature for it to work out. And if it really wanted to happen, it could have happened. They could have done it for January. You know what I mean? Or made the principle. It just seems too premature. Why wait in season? Why not just do it before the transfer deadline day, so we know that we're going to get him after next season? It's happened before. Kante done it when Kante was leaving Leipzig to Liverpool. He signed on the premise that he's going to sign the next season, so he was already there for a year. I just feel it's all premature, but I might be wrong. But I just believe it's not going to happen. I don't see it. The release clause, unless we're going to activate it right here, right now. Obviously, the team don't activate to the end of the season when everyone's got
it, it just doesn't make
what's the
sense. But
guarantee? Where is the guarantee that we have got Christopher Nkunku as opposed to verbal agreements? And that doesn't suffice. It doesn't suffice. It's not as official, and I hold out on that. And obviously, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You can only be right or wrong. It's either a goal, it's not. It's either offside or it's not. It's either a red card, or it's not. So it's either he signs or he doesn't. So I don't believe he's going to sign. I believe it's just too premature for that deal to go ahead. And again, my concern is, why are we worried about? Why do we have why is there not a director of football being put in place first before anything? We're not in the transfer season where we're going to actually get players, but we're in the season where we can get members of staff to come in and not worry about him needing to sign on January the 1st. If I go out for a director of football, I can have him signed by tomorrow. You know what I mean? But if I get a player, I can't have him signed until January. So why don't I address that first? And then obviously make sure that the players that I want to come from January onwards are done properly. So this is why I just feel that we're just all over the place, and I don't feel that don't allow journalism to just feed into that narrative and send you away. We got 6 games in 9 days or so in October. That's the real bread and butter. Do you know what I mean? But for the sake of the argument, I don't believe this. I'll be very shocked if the player himself has done it. Why would you agree a deal in principle, or why would you sign your deal with Leipzig, only for them to say, yeah, I've agreed a deal in principle to join Chelsea this following season? You would have kicked up a fuss to make that move in the summer. It's just a lot. I know, maybe I'm just looking at it in another way, but I just think it's too premature, if you ask me, Coach.
yeah, it just doesn't make sense. Let me catch up with the chat. Maybe Tebago will help us make sense of it all. Because again, there are angles from which, if you look at it, it's okay. Maybe it makes sense. Maybe we completed the signing, and the only reason, the only condition, again, with which Leipzig agreed to sell him to us, was that he remains with them until the end of the season, which is, again, I don't know, or until the next transfer window. I don't know, again, because clubs do those things. Again, morning coach, he said, I knew it. I've read that one. Danny here says that Nkunku coming at Chelsea, then it's coming. We haven't paid it yet. Okay. It says again, I think the only threat to the Nkunku deal is PSC, which IBZ alluded to already. Again, if that's the case, if the whole thing, if we haven't paid anything, which means it's technically not ours, or as other clubs can come in again, and he can change his mind too. And the medical thing, I still don't understand. He can get injured, but like I said, except if the case is Leipzig saying, okay, if you really want him, he remains with us until June, and then that's the only condition. If you agree to, then we'll sell him to you. It just still doesn't make any sort of sense to me. Again, it's true. We have paid his again release clause, and he haven't medical. I don't know. I'm not sure if you're asking a question or if you're telling us that that's exactly what has happened. Reminds me of the Werner deal in that it came out of nowhere. I wouldn't be surprised if this was again at least discussed between the two clubs during the Werner talk. I don't think it undergo medical if the clubs the clubs concerned didn't discuss anything. I think if in fact he had undergone a medical, it simply means that the two clubs, they've spoken and they've agreed. Again, he wouldn't be going undergoing medical if that didn't happen. Hello, family. Did you get Nkunku, or are you planning to? I'm not sure. Again, I can't. I'm not gonna say okay, this is what I'm sure happened. We're just speculating, or we're just talking about what we've seen out there. I'm not sure. Again, it says well, okay. So you're responding tonight, but again, yes, people, please like the video as you arrive. Again, the likes do go along with for the channel. Daniel has said, IBZ, it's happening, bro. I just look it up. No, looking it up doesn't mean it happens, Dan. Again, wow, would be okay to see my lovely club to rebuild once again. Yes, King Ice, thank you for kindly saying that. Again, it will make us all happy, but we're trying to make sense of this particular news because it came out of nowhere. And if you haven't, please like the video and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Let me see anything else to talk about here. Again, good morning, chaps. I heard we signed Maradona too soon. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, because this one came out of nowhere. I know Roger is definitely, joking there. Again, thanks, but this is for real, man. I love my club. I hope it is for real. Again, I'm not being pessimistic by any means necessary. No, I'm just being cautious because we've seen similar situations where we were told a particular player had signed for us and he ended up being nonsense. Tebago, help us make this make sense.
Okay, big up, guys. How are you?
Bigger brother, sorry. My apologies. How are you doing? I hope you're well.
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. I'm good, thanks. Can't complain. Okay, to be honest, I'm here to fight with IBZ.
IBZ, did you hear that?
Yes, so.
Okay.
Yes.
He's waiting.
Yes. So, IBZ, let me ask you something. When did you sign Christian Pulisic and Ziyech?
We signed Christian Pulisic in the January transfer, and he signed at the following window. Same with Ziyech.
So, what is the difference?
The difference is that this is not a January transfer window negotiation. This is the beginning of the season, just a month after the transfer window. Meaning there's only been, let's say, a month play of football before a club have made definitive action to sign a player. When we signed Pulisic and Hakim Ziyech, there was considerable amount of football to be played, and we have just come out of our transfer embargo. Not Pulisic, obviously. Well, I think Pulisic was it. Well, yeah, Pulisic was it. We've just come out of transfer embargo, which was frustrating to me that we didn't sign anyone. We just signed them in principle anyway. But again, there's a big difference. At least if that was the case, that would be more believable, or that would make more sense. At least.
And reading in this case, reading between the lines is a bit confusing.
Exactly, and I'm not even here to decipher any reports. I saw it, I understood it. No, I don't see it happening because it's just too far-fetched. There's no concrete. It's not like we've made the deal. It's R.B Leipzig have agreed the deal for the deal to happen next year. That has not happened. We have just approached it. We don't know if it's true. We just heard that we've sent we've sent medical reports or what have you to like even that alone is if that's the unique selling point of trying to make this deal look realistic, then it's very, very blasé. you can debunk that because the medical report will be irrelevant if in a year's time or in 10 months' time this player is injured or this player's form is not always picked up a few nibbles or what have you. He's going to a World Cup, I would like to imagine, with France. So, things are playing, there'll be a lot of factors playing into this deal. And I think it's just premature for you to do this deal before
premature, really?
play.
Yeah, let him finish. Let him finish, Tebago.
I just feel that it's just premature. It would make sense, Tebago, if this deal was, okay, yes, in January, Chelsea will sign Nkunku in June 23, deal sorted, boom. Yeah, it will make that sense. Look what Benjamin Sesko did.
Okay, let me ask you
Look
something.
what Benjamin Sesko did. There was reports that Benjamin Sesko was going to Manchester United. Then it came reports that he was coming to Chelsea. All in all, there was reports that he would leave.
No, I didn't read that. Sorry. I didn't read that.
But he read it. Let him drop. Let him drop. You're already ready for the fight today.
I'm with you, Tebago. Let me just.
No. The reports were saying Manchester United and Chelsea wanted to sign Benjamin Sesko. They didn't say he's going to Manchester United or Chelsea. So the report didn't say he's going to Manchester United.
I saw the Tebago. Honestly, I did see reports that said he was going to Man U. I did see that. Not even Chelsea. Reports reports linking him to Chelsea weren't actually that strong. It was more linked.
Let me left land. There was reports, concrete reports, or what have you, reports linking this player out of Salzburg to the Premier League. And obviously we were in there as well. So it looked like something was going to happen. What happened? He made that switch in the window. He made that switch from RB Salzburg to Leipzig, meaning he is going to play a full season with RB Salzburg, and then he will move to Leipzig in June 2023. That deal is done, signed, sealed, and delivered. If we had done that with Christopher Nkunku, albeit we'll be like, oh, we want him now or what have you, that deal is signed, sealed, delivered. It will make more sense. So why is it now? What has changed from only 4 weeks ago till now for us to do that same deal in principle and activate a release clause? So you now decide for this. This personnel just signed a new contract.
A clause that isn't active yet.
Active yet, exactly. The clause is not active till the summer of next year.
So go ahead, Tebago. Go ahead with your point.
So yeah.
So IBZ, you want Chelsea?
You finished Tebago.
So in your point, you want Chelsea to wait for next summer?
No, it's not a matter of what he wants. He's saying what he. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Look, so you want Chelsea to wait for a transfer war for Nkunku? Do you think when 4 or 5 top teams want Nkunku, they will sell Nkunku with that release clause? So you want Chelsea to wait to pay 100 million for Nkunku?
What's the difference? What's the difference now and in the summer if it's an active release clause? If his release clause is 60 million, let me answer your question. If his release clause is 60 million pounds, yeah, what is the difference between signing him in summer and now if I can't sign the player till summer anyway? What is the difference?
That's the thing with Tebago. We're not actually fighting. We're all trying to make sense of it. But you seem to believe that it's actually done.
No, I'm not saying it's done. I'm not saying it's done.
Then what's the argument for? If you're not saying it's done, then we shouldn't be arguing.
The argument is ABC say you must wait until the activation is close to be released, something like that. But again, if we wait next summer, team like PSG or Real Madrid instant or Man City come and pay them 80 million. What will you say? Oh, Chelsea.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this quickly.
We can't do that anyway, Tebago.
Let me ask you this, Tebago.
Hey, Tebago.
Are you trying to say that no other club can come and sign him now as it is?
We can't do that, Tebago. We cannot activate it now.
It's done and dusted.
We can't do it. Even if we wanted to, we can't. We have to wait till summer. That is why we have a verb. That's why we've approached the guy to say, you know what? We like you. We want to sign you. Next summer, we're going to activate that. We are going. The premise is that Chelsea have already told him listen, we're going to sign you next summer. Not that we're going to wait till next summer before we sign you. We are going to sign you next summer. That's the premise.
So IBC. So IBC. We can't talk with the player until the time of the release clause, right?
You can take him to lunch in Spain. You can take him to lunch in England. But that doesn't mean you signed him.
Exactly.
Yes, but again, Chelsea is doing that. We are securing the player so early, so that when it comes to the release clause part, is done and dusted. But IBC said no. This is it's not concrete and stuff. So what should Chelsea do?
Is it concrete? Tebago, is it concrete?
Do you see that concrete?
Yes.
Is that concrete enough for you to say that
So
we're going to
if it
get
is
the
concrete,
player?
okay.
Really?
You know what? I think it depends on what we define, what we individually
Really?
define. Again, how we define concrete.
Tobago, that shows you that we're going to get him. That
Yes,
shows
it
you
is.
that we haven't made a bid.
Yes.
We haven't done anything, and that can convince you, my
All
brother.
right. The video, here's the thing, Tebago. I'm not saying, and I'm sure IBC it's not saying that it's not possible that we're going to get Nkunku. We're just saying it's not done and dusted. Even what you're seeing out there didn't say we've completed the signing of Nkunku. Did you see anything like that?
No.
Exactly. The only thing we heard is that, again, that he's completed a part of his medical.
But IBC is complaining. Oh,
No,
we won't get this player.
You're not paying attention to him.
No.
I mean, I'm joining the argument, but again,
I know where it's coming from. My annoyance this morning was
I saw the chat, man. Come on.
My annoyance, my annoyance is there's a narrative that we are feeding into gossip or non-concrete stuff. We've been doing it all summer, and it's feeding into out of the transfer window, and it's not Chelsea perspective or us or whatever. It's just Chelsea fan base in general, from here to Timbuktu. We feed into the narrative of what journalists pull out there as transfer. We're still doing it till now, when the narrative should be focusing on other issues. And I believe these things that are out of our control will only cause us. I just believe is that because the fact there's lack of football and there's lack of content to go off, it's easy for us to throw out something and fans pick up on. That's how I feel over the summer and how it's been. And it's easy to do that because we don't have direction as a football club in terms of transfer strategies, in terms of people putting the right people in place to get things done. So all sorts of journalists are going to say this and that and the third. I've said this before. When you have a director of people in place, which I hope we're going to do very soon, you will eradicate all these rumor mills, people thinking that they know what it is when they don't have a clue, have a Salomon clue. But it is what it is. So what we
coming to the main point again, something we all can agree to is that it's not done and dusted. That's a common. We have that in common here.
Yeah, exactly. Let me just say, Tebago, I'm not negative in terms of. I just want us to have.
Let us celebrate in peace, ABC, please.
I know, Tebago, my brother, I'm with you. See, Tebago, I am with you, 100%. We need players. We need guys like Nkunku. We need all the top talent in the team. But before we do that, bro, we need people that can pull these players properly. So we're not looking like idiots in the transfer market. We're not looking like people that are just looking for the next big headline. It's all about direction, my brother.
And it happened too many times. It happened too many times this past transfer window.
Kunde, Rafinha,
yeah, exactly.
Kunde,
it was everywhere.
Jesus,
the big
Mohammed, Isaac, all of the 12 disciples. Everybody we are linked to, my brother. Everybody, but because we didn't have people in place to make sure these things were done in place, we look like a joke, But we thank God we have money.
Here's the thing,
and we have someone that's going to help us. That's it.
Yeah, I think we have to just complete everything. I will show everything that's out there again that I highlighted. That's out there regarding this situation.
But for the sake of Chelsea, I hope I'm wrong. For the sake of my brothers.
But we have to be objective here. And even if you're thinking, again, if you're keeping it objective, you have to look at read between the lines and say, okay, something isn't, everything here, it's not done and dusted. It's as simple as that. It's easy to say it's done. Is it possible that it's done? Yes. Is it possible that it's done? Yes, but I don't think it's done. There's still a chance.
Yeah.
As long as he hasn't, we're not seeing that Chelsea have signed Nkunku. As long as what we're still seeing is his complete, the part of his medical. That's actually the ones I'm seeing.
I've never even heard that one before.
So as long as we're hearing his completed part of his medical, it's still up in the air. Willian is a perfect example, and there are other examples. And here's the thing: the case of Kunde actually was even you could say was stronger than this one. The way everything happened, because we were seeing everything, we knew the fee, we heard things about the fee involved in the sale and everything. Again, in the case of Rafinha, the same thing, and he still went to somewhere else. We don't know. You understand? And PSG could come in and say, and France is home to him, and PSG is a big club, a big club. So I get your point. You're just trying to keep it, as you can say, as positive as possible.
Keep it positive as possible.
Yeah, I am like that too.
And for the time we've had, it's good energy.
Coach, you know why I say maybe Nkunku might come to Chelsea? I'm not saying it's done. Remember, Nkunku didn't have a good relationship with Thomas Tuchel at PSG. Tuchel was one part of him going to Leipzig or whichever team before going to Leipzig.
And the story was that he played him in the wing back position, which he didn't like.
Yes. So now Thomas Tuchel is gone.
Do you know Potter does that?
Exactly, but Potter do it in a different way. Unfortunately,
there's no different. There's no. I think we're not just. If we say that, let me, Tebago. You know I love you. If anybody comes and says Potter playing like Raheem Sterling in the left wing back position, he does it differently than Thomas Tuchel. We're not being truthful to ourselves. We're just being in denial. We're just being in denial because we have a new manager that does the same thing that majority of the fan base complained about without paying attention, without seeing things from footballing aspect and understanding when he plays those wingers in the wing back position, that it's not because he wants them to defend. It's an approach. The primary role is to attack, but usually most people don't pay attention to that. They're just seeking for a reason to to attack the manager. But we've moved beyond that. But I know you understand my argument.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And look, busy. Look.
Yes, my brother.
I remember a boy made a video about this, and then I saw Kingsley Coman doing that at France, playing as a wingback. Okay. But again, he was so good.
Listen, you know what? The language we should be using is, again, you could say deployed in the wing back position.
Thank you.
But the application is different.
Yes.
When you see a winger in the wing back position, the application of that role is different, and that was why Ruben Loftus-Cheek was able to execute the right wing back position as again. You could say even better than some of the guys we have there that he's trying, and he enjoys it. But go ahead.
Even Victor Moses. Even Victor Moses enjoyed it.
Exactly.
So I feel like a wingback role. For example, Potter's using Chris James and then Sterling, and then it gives the team a balance in terms of defending. So Sterling doesn't have to do a lot of the defending. Chris James can drop back and defend with make it back for, as we talked about this. So having natural left back or right back there, that's annoying because primary role of those players are taking, but they're not doing enough.
Yeah, again, let me catch up with the chat and then we'll go through everything we have with Nkunku. And another update that Liam Lane sent to me, it's important we look at it. Again, I think, just to remind you, again, I'm still saying, even if reports are saying a deal has been agreed, it's not done and dusted. We've seen that before. Deal has been agreed, again, completed in the next few hours, and then next few hours on to next few days to next few 1 million years. I hope that's not the case because he's a player I like so much, and I hoped we signed him for Thomas Tuchel because he would have again played the hybrid striker role because he plays as a second striker. But that's, by the way, again, Choma Joseph Dalo, thank you for finding the time to join us here. It says, good day, coach, and Pana, a good day to you too. I hope you're doing well. I love how again, he starts with, again, to be honest, oh, that's Tebago's ID, and I love it too. Every time he doesn't say that, I'll be suspicious that he wasn't the one speaking. Hey, guys, again, hit, again, the Legend Coach channel and subscribe. Yes, please do like the video and subscribe if you haven't. The likes do go a long way. It helps us reach a wider audience. I would love to join the argument in a bit. If there's space, I'll bring you in. It says undefined, just a perspective. Hello. Oh my goodness, how did I highlight that? Big up Santiago Munoz again saying hello to you. Anything else to address here? It says honestly, again, we have to work hard because we're too down. Maybe that's the case. And Chama Joseph says good day to everyone in the chat. A good day to you too, Chama. Yeah, but again, IBZ bro, you don't. What we do behind closed doors, we don't know. Again, we've seen a lot of what we did behind closed doors come out, and then he ended up being all nonsense.
I highlight the other comment he made when you get to it, yeah, and then I'll answer it.
Again, the Chelsea players looked good at this international break. I hope they bring that form again to our to the club. Why can't we buy Nkunku this summer? Because he wants to stay one more season at Leipzig. That may be, I'll be right, Leipzig. That may be the case. Again, he already said that at the start of the transfer last June. I get your point. That may well be the case. Like I said, again, trying to make sense of the whole thing, the things that are out there. That's a chance that Leipzig agreed to sell him to us in the first place. Is because, again, we agreed to the condition that he stays with them to the end of the season. IBC, let me know when I get to that comment in question.
That was it.
Go ahead.
So, Thomas Partey signed on deadline day, and they did activate his release clause, and this was unannounced to Atletico Madrid. So this was wrong. That's wrong. That Thomas Partey deal was done unannounced to without the knowledge of Atletico Madrid. They still thought that Thomas Partey will still be their player, but because he has a release clause in his contract, they don't have jurisdiction over that. Arsenal could activate that and speak to him on deadline day, get him signed before the deadline day time. So that could be done. This is different. We're going to activate a release clause that doesn't come into effect next year. So we are as good as anyone else within that window that can sign him. Nobody else was going in for Partey. Well, if anyone else, they would have a good chance with Arsenal. So it's quite different, Dan, from what you just alluded to right there. Just to highlight.
Yeah, but a lot of things, a lot of stuff again that define what we see out there, that define his contract. Again, put two and two together. It just doesn't make sense from some angle. If he has a release clause, it's not active yet. He just signed a new contract. I don't believe the release clause will be again active in just a few months, in just 2 months actually, or so, or 3 months at most. I'm not sure how the length of when he signed the new contract. So all those things again do I think it's possible that we'll sign him? Yes, I think it's very possible. But again, we move on from that one. Ziyech should get enough time. We'll see again on the Potter. We'll see what happens. Hi again, top player. This guy Nkunku. I watch Bundesliga. If you get him, you will have Alba and Nkunku. Again, it will be a good combo there because he plays as a second striker. He's a hybrid striker, and he will do well for us. Again, if you're watching, if you haven't, go check out other channel. It's called A Soccer Perspective. There we talk about every football club, not just at Chelsea. And I think you'll love it. Again, it's picking up pace. Soon we'll have a reading and we all can enjoy it. Giovanni Jafta says, again, Nkunku is overrated in my opinion. I'd rather, trade Lukaku for Harry Kane. That is not going to happen in a zillion years. That's
maybe
trade.
if the guy plays FIFA 23.
Yeah, you have every right to dream.
FIFA 23 Ultimate Team to make that happen for you.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. Okay, Sterling and Harry Kane of next season, it could be the combination Chelsea need as a challenge for the league. Again, here's something I want to let you know. Conte himself, he's seen the difference between Lukaku and Harry Kane. And probably must have learned that Harry Kane is a much better player, and the combo he has up front at Tottenham is the envy of every manager in the Premier League. The combo of Harry Kane and Son, you don't have that in any way in the Premier League. Those two both are creators and both are fine finishers. And then Harry Kane again drops deep to support play. which actually you could put up opposition defenders if you don't pay attention very well. He can drag you into the midfield and create space for Son, who runs them behind and scores. Again, this is English Mardini responding to Giovanni Jafta. Again, people, if you're just joining and you haven't, please take a second to like the video and also do subscribe to the channel. It does help us reach a wider audience. Hi, Steve. I hope you're doing well, brother. How are you? Thank you for finding time to join. Here's now. It kind of says, when Nkunku signed his new contract with R.B Leipzig, again, a buyout clause was included, but it cannot be activated until next summer. That's what I'm saying. That's where I'm saying, looking at. Sometimes these things, again, if that's the case, which means it's not done and dusted. And that's the argument IBC was making. And that's the same argument I'm making. Is there that possibility that he's made up his mind he's going to join Chelsea and nothing changes, and Chelsea have struck up some sort of agreement with this parent, with the current club for him to sign for Chelsea and remain there? Yeah, there's that possibility. But the whole thing, we have to think like, I don't want to come across as if I'm insulting anybody. I think let me just say we have to analyze whatever we see there, dissect, analyze, put two and two together and come to a sensible conclusion. Then if tomorrow it happens that he signs for us, fine. But we can't just let the media, especially the Twitter journalists, to bamboozle us and then shove everything they come up with up our throat or our brain, and we just suck it up and say, okay, oh yeah, it is like that. We have to learn. Rafinha, again, what's the French guy again? The argument usually is that he's injury prone. Dembele, Koundé, again, the list goes on and all that. Again, people keep liking the video, and here, Mikhail, my brother, says, big up Blues. Kachila and Nkunku will probably need another medical. Yeah, exactly. So again, if you said you completed a player signing and he's done the medical and he doesn't come to you, and he goes and break his leg,
they'll still go off that medical.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
No, that medical will suffice, isn't it?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The whole thing is a bit confusing. So except if the agreement,
the medical will suffice. There's a clause in that contract. There's a clause in the contract. They just had a pre-contract agreement that says if he breaks his leg, that
makes it make sense. But would you risk it? I don't think Todd Boehly is the type that would take that sort of risk, because anything can happen. Maybe he's willing to take that sort of risk. Again, Nkunku probably need another medical next summer too. Is Nkunku same position as Leao? No, they're similar in terms of they're both explosive players. They have good close control. They're good on the ball. But I think Nkunku has proven to be a better finisher than Leao. Leao is more of a creator than he is a finisher, while Nkunku is more of a finisher than he is a creator. Again, but that's, by the way, again, and thank you for that. Again, medical was done in summer, but not beyond that. News of medical has broken now, but it happened in summer, not now. So again, nothing is saying that we've completed the signing, and there's something that Liam Lane shared that we're going to look out in a bit. And I want us to get through this as soon as possible because we don't have too much time today. We have to complete the predicted lineup, and we have to look at, again, all that things here regarding the upcoming game against Crystal Palace on Saturday. Again, anything else to address here? I don't think there's anything else. And Jafta Sequence says, again, my blue fam, again, I hope you're all well. We're all well. I hope you're well too. I believe everybody here is well. We're celebrating my country, Botswana's independence today. Happy independence to all Botswana fans. Again, God bless the country. Again, God bless his people. Peace, and prosperity to the people of Botswana. Thank you for letting us know. Hope we start off, again, the league with a win, with a swagger, again, attached to it. I think that will make you even happier. Again, happy independence to you and your people. Thank you for letting us know. With that said, again, I believe Chelsea have made it clear to Leipzig their intention to activate. Okay, to activate. This is more like a proposal, a marriage proposal that hasn't been accepted. To activate the release clause next year. It's very strange for him to have a medical right now.
Exactly.
Thank you.
That just breeds no direction. Like, How are you gonna go You're gonna say to him, "Oh, I'm gonna sign you next summer. I'm gonna activate that release contract. Yeah. Make sure you do. All right, cool. The next summer comes, and then I activate it. Like, it don't make no sense. Why don't I just do it? What? Like, how can I secure it? If there's no security, there's no security. There's no security. Please get a director of football as soon as possible, please, so we can get all of these rumors debunked and stability in transfer situations. There's no stability for the past, since the summer, man. Since the summer, man. There hasn't been any. We got rumors here and there. We got. I feel people are exploiting the Chelsea fans' mindset when it comes to transfer rumor mill, because we're really, really fickle right now. I just have that conspiracy. I believe they're feeding off it. So yeah.
Yep. Again, and Sahi, the long guy says, "I hope I pronounce your last name correctly, even your first name most especially." Chelsea really need a sporting director as soon as possible. I think you and IBZ will be good friends. I think you and IBZ will be very good friends for saying this.
That's what we need. You see, when we have that, we have things. When we have that, when we had that Christopher Nkunku guy, and he said he's not coming, I was like, we're back. But hopefully, the rumors that I was seeing, that maybe next week we're looking at a few potential, including that Sevilla's director of football, Michu. I'll be that guy. He's on the list as well. That's the only rumor that my eye opened, because at least that one, something can happen in the next week. But I don't know. We move, man. We move.
Yeah, Sahi said I pronounced his names correctly. Thank you very much for saying that. I appreciate that. Names are important to me. I try the best I can to pronounce them, again, because it shows people you respect them. Good day, Mr. Moderator. I'm happy to join the program. The priest is here. Like, who was that again? The Banj. In that song that he featured, the prince. I hope you're doing well, brother. Thank you for finding the time to join the show. I appreciate that. Let's go through what we have here and get through with the Nkunku argument or debate. Tebago come for a fight, and he made it enjoyable. I like it. We'll see. I'll get my revenge. Hopefully, we'll set up again. Maybe after the Blue Morning show comes, your show, I will bring the fight to you. Again, we've read this, and again, it says it is understood that the potential move would not affect Aubameyang's position at the club. This part actually doesn't. They're two different, profile of players. Aubameyang plays differently from this guy. Although Aubameyang is capable of playing as, not just as a second striker, he can play also as a lone striker. But Aubameyang is always hybrid. Even if you deploy him centrally, again, he drops deep. He likes to participate and play in a play. He creates too. That makes him different from this. This guy creates too, but I don't think they're the same. Anybody on the panel think they're the same?
No, too different. I think Nkunku is more of an attacking midfielder or a second striker than he is. He's behind the striker than he is a striker. Look at that first thing. Nkunku underwent secret medical tests. Like, can someone ask me, is he hiding? Is he breaking the law? Who is he? Why is it secret? Like, why does it have to be secret? You just enticing a headline.
Maybe the club just doesn't want to make it public.
Man, what secret? I beg, if he's coming, he's coming. If he's not, he's not. It's not that deep. I'm not beg.
Look, I can see.
They took it to a secret bunker. They took it to a secret bunker. Gave him some medical tests that no. How secret was it if the whole of Twitter knows about it? I mean, I'm sorry,
but
man,
the truth remains that doesn't mean nothing has happened.
No, but obviously, you know what? I genuinely believe there has been contact between Chelsea
and something has happened. But the way they're presenting it is making it look funny.
I genuinely believe there has been contact. What I do not believe is that it's going to happen. I do not believe it's going to happen because the deal is too far fetched or is too premature for it to be concrete, especially if we're talking about release clauses. Why not, if you're really serious about him, why not outbid his release clause right now and get R.B Leipzig to accept it right here, right now, and get the deal done by now? Why are we waiting till a year? It just seems so that's what it is. I'm going to stop on this matter. I think I'm going to head out anyway. I just wanted to put my 2 pence on that Nkunku thing. I'll try and be back. Thank you for having me. Tebago, my brother. Anytime for a fight, my brother. Whenever we see another battle, we'll come again. You get? But,
yeah, I think we need to get you on
I can't wait.
Tobago's
I can't
channel
wait.
so we can take the fight. We should have to take the fight there. He always brings fight here.
Hey, but
I can't
hopefully
wait.
tomorrow we need our 3 points. Graham Potter's 3 points tomorrow. That's what we need. Big up you guys and bless up, man. Bless up.
All right, brother. Thank you so much for finding the time to join.
God
Tobago,
bless,
have you
God
connected with IBZ?
I follow
Sorry?
Tobacco now.
Oh,
Tobago,
okay.
I'm
You
gonna
guys follow
you
each
right
other.
now.
Tobago, are you following IBZ?
Tobago, I'm gonna follow you right now. I'm not
I'm not sure. I'll just follow him for the fight.
Yeah,
No
yeah.
problem.
We want to bring the fight to your channel later. That's the plan. You know, again, we should go for Tommy. I don't think
In
we
a bit,
really
guys.
need Nkunku. I think if you have to be honest, the way again, you could say again, as much as Graham Potter, you know, he's he's unorthodox, very unorthodox, more unpredictable than Thomas Tuchel is. I think they're similar in so many ways. In that they play throughout the back system predominantly. Again, maybe Thomas Tuchel, since he joined Chelsea, that wasn't the case at PSG, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. But they also deploy wingers in the wing back position just to make up numbers to, you know, overload the midfield area and the attacking area. But I don't think Tammy, again, Tammy is a traditional striker overall. And I don't, as much as I like him as a traditional number 9, I don't really like his, you know, you could say link-up play overall. Again, he doesn't differ that much from. Romelu Lukaku. Again, Tobago, your thoughts on this one?
On Tammy Abraham,
Mm-hmm.
man, I feel like it's too soon for Tammy Abraham to be called again or to release that buyback clause. Because remember, if you can check this season, is he doing good? Because last season they said, oh, we made a mistake for Tammy Abraham and stuff. He was firing. This season is doing nothing at Roma. Roma struggling, but no one is saying that. So I feel like we just need to give this team, this kid a time to develop on his game until we buy him. So time is not ready for Chelsea at the moment.
Yeah, I wouldn't advocate for us going for Tammy. Again, he's left us. Let him continue developing there. Again, I think we're better off with what's his name? Better off with Armando Broja. I think he's a more complete player than Tammy Abraham is in terms of his overall playing ability, the pace, the ball close control, dribble skills, and all that. He can actually play on the flanks too. Again, on either side of the pitch. I think we're better off with him. Let's work with him. I don't think bringing back Tammy will be a risk. We'll end up spending so much money. And then the hate, I think the fan base will revive the hate. Again, if at any time he has a dip in form, I think the hate will come back again. So Tobago, let me catch up with the chat. Then we go through everything we have on Nkunku and we'll start building the lineup. Hopefully you still have the time to still be here. It will be helpful. If not, no problem. I totally understand. Again, what is a secret medical Nkunku wall? That's hilarious. Nkunku wore a fake mustache. This guy's to sneak into the gym, and nobody saw it. Yeah, maybe that's how it happened. Again, secret is to suit the information. Yep, I think that's language is used there just to suit the time at which the whole thing, you know, emerged. This isn't longer a secret. No, yeah, maybe it's the worst kept secret. Maybe yes. Well, again, the queen of the house again says please smash the like button, people, and subscribe if you haven't. The likes do go a long way. We'll have just 25 likes. Let's take it to at least 50 likes by the time we get to the 1 hour mark. Again, I'd really appreciate that. Again, how are you doing? Again, okay, saying hello to Chama again. The prince is here. Yep. Again, we seriously need directors. Again, sports or football. Again, it makes a whole lot of difference. Again, but again, more importantly, again, there are other factors. Again, even a director of football alone, He just makes the process easier. But director of football doesn't guarantee we get a player because you have to have a Champions League football. You have to be doing well to attract big name players. There are players you can still get, players maybe who sees Chelsea as a step up, whether there's Champions League football or not. But if you're talking about players who've done quite well at their current club, and there are other clubs who are interested in securing that particular player's signature, it becomes very difficult if you cannot offer Champions League football. You have to pay them twice as much as what they'd be earning in other clubs for them to look beyond Champions League football and say, okay, we're joining you. Again, we need to start winning tomorrow. Yeah, again, it's a different test for Graham Potter. Yeah, you could argue Europe was easier. Again, he could have won that game against Salzburg had the players put away the chances we created. But we didn't. But again, it was a good performance overall. Maybe down to the new manager bounce factor. But I think we saw a lot of positives that day, notwithstanding that he ended in a draw. I think tomorrow is a different test. Again, for him. I hope he does well. Again, Chelsea is the club I support. Yeah, again, brown envelopes are pushing Nkunku talk. It's too early for anything to happen yet, especially a medical so far ahead of the summer. The whole thing doesn't make any sort of sense to me. And I'll keep arguing that. Tebago here came with a fight, and I enjoyed the fight, and I'm sure IBZ did too. Again, also a fun fact, I got to meet Nkunku when Leipzig came to, Ibrox to play my team at Rangers last season in Europe. If you knew then, you could have asked them questions when you wanted to sign details. But yeah, again, it's not easy to meet players. What would the Nkunku signing mean for Broya? Nothing. Broya is different. You can say actually, I don't think it means anything. It doesn't change anything. The club wants to keep Broya, and that's why they gave him a new contract, better pay, longer contract. I don't think they'll let him go. Broya isn't going anywhere. We're also hearing that AC Milan, they're looking to see if the club would want to sell him. But I think it's all nonsense. It just doesn't make any sort of sense. The club will not sell Broya. And again, I'm not sure even if the Nkunku story doesn't make any sort of sense to me at this point. If it happens, we'll see. The Other Time podcast, big up brother, again, you are a mod, and whenever you can, share the link to your channel so that people can go check it out. Again, I appreciate you finding time to join. I hope you're doing well. Haven't spoken in a while. And again, I'm still apologizing for missing that show. I traveled to Florida when you wanted me on your show, and it was, but I will still make time to be there. Again, Nkunku scored, but we beat them 3-1 and made it to the final. Oh, okay. Congratulations. Again, it's kind of me. Let me see anything else here. I don't think there's anything else. So let's go through. What about AC Milan striker? I thought we are going for him. Are you talking about, you can say winger, are you talking about Leao? Leao, again, it's another difficult one. Let me tell you why I think all the big name players that we're looking to sign, why it's going to be difficult to sign them. Even that includes Jude Bellingham, except maybe Declan Rice, who will see Chelsea as a step up. Probably the club that is more interested in signing him, if what we're hearing is true. Here's the thing, again, there's a chance, mathematically it's still possible that we'll make it out of our Champions League group. But it's not guaranteed. It's very difficult right now. And there's no guarantee that we'll make it to top 4, which means Champions League football next year will be very difficult. But because even if we make it out of the group, I don't think we're going to be able to win the Champions League and then go into the next edition as the champions. So those factors, again, makes it even more difficult to attract big name players who have all the clubs, again, vying for their signature, who can also offer Champions League football. So it becomes even more difficult. So again, I don't want to get into that. Let's get through everything we have to look at about Nkunku, and then we can start with a match preview. Again, you have anything else to say, Tebago? So
nothing to say.
Okay, this news here says that Chelsea are still looking towards R.B Leipzig again. R.B Leipzig of Christopher Vivel. Are they all Christophers? The other one was Christoph Freund. Wasn't one of his name Freund?
No, it's Christoph, not Christopher.
It's still CH there, right? Or it's still,
Yes,
excuse me.
yes, still the same, but that's the other one is Christoph, and this one is Christopher.
Yeah, yes, just pronounced the same way. Again, I'm not going to read too much into that until it happens. According to RM Sports, again, Fabrice Hawkins, there's an agreement in principle between agreement in principle doesn't mean it's complete. Between Christopher Nkunku and Chelsea for a transfer next summer, they are ready to pay his 60 million buyout clause. Liverpool are there too. You see exactly what we're talking about. You see this part. Liverpool
Yes.
are there too. Simply means it's not done and dusted for us. There's a chance other clubs can still come in again, and he changes his mind, decides to join other clubs. And Liverpool, you can say again, they're looking like they're better than us that season. But I'm not going to jump to that conclusion.
But
About
Liverpool, I think Liverpool will go hard on Jude Bellingham because their midfield is starting to be old or aging, something like that. So they need to start the midfielder issue, same as Chelsea. That's why I'm worried about our midfielder. And I was annoyed that Thomas Tuchel didn't see a necessity. I mean, to sort that midfielder issue. Also, yes, it might take time to rebuild, but again, Kante is old, is getting injured. Kovacic injured, Jorginho is not good enough. That's the thing. Like, anyway, it's another story for another day.
Yeah, it is indeed. Again, here, hopefully, Broya Starks versus Policy looked good coming off the bench. He changed the game. And I think he did something that showed his intelligence as a footballer. Again, how that counter, again, how he ran on the flank there, the pace. Again, one thing I like about players, there's something he did that I like so much about players, is, again, before he crossed the ball, he crossed the ball with intent. Again, with intention to get it to, I think it was Ziyech then. He didn't just put it into the box. For most players, they actually, what their priority is always, to just put the ball into the box there. But he saw, I think you could say he measured it to the feet of, I think it was Ziyech then. Again, that kid, again, I like him so much. Again, and I think he'd be able to start, given the way he plays, given that he's capable of playing on the flanks, I think there's a chance he starts again in the same game with Alba. But I don't know. It depends on how Graham Potter wants to approach, again, a particular game. But we'll see. Again, here, Dononga says, in my opinion, at this rate, Chelsea will take at least 5 seasons to rebuild and challenge for the Premier League, let alone winning the UEFA Champions League. I disagree with that. Again, I respect your opinion, but I disagree with that because we have the quality to do better. Maybe not win the Premier League, but I think we have the quality, you could say. Again, it remains to be seen. Maybe you're correct, but let's see what happens. Again, until it happens, we'll see what happens. Again, the At The Time podcast, again, says, big up Steve Chelsea. And bro, don't forget to share the link to your channel. And there's Dan, he's launched his channel. He's sharing the link to his channel. If you haven't, go check it out. Be sure to subscribe. Let him know I sent you. We have just 27 likes. So please, if you haven't, take a second to like the video and also do subscribe to the channel. Odds even says it would be great to sign Nkunku. It would be great. We're just analyzing the situation, everything that's out there. Again, it's hard to believe. Again, 5 seasons it's too long. I don't think it would take that long. Again, we have I don't know how else to say it. I think we have enough quality to do well, but let's see. Maybe it would take time for Potter to implement his preferred approach to the game. But I think his approach doesn't differ that much from that of Thomas Tuchel. You could argue he's more of a risk taker than Thomas Tuchel, and also more of a motivator and a teacher than Thomas Tuchel. And also, again, you could argue he's more unpredictable than Thomas Tuchel. Again, and he's very unorthodox, actually. If you haven't, please like the video. Let's get the likes up. With just 28 likes now, we should be doing better than that. And here's Fabrizio Romano saying, Christopher Nkunku had the medical with Chelsea confirmed as called by Bill. BIL, again, at CFC, again, Chelsea signed a long-term contract bid to Nkunku to prepare the deal for 2023. It is not done yet. That's the aspect I'm talking about. As Chelsea and R.B Leipzig will speak about fee, 60 million release clause, or different deal structure. So it again, and this was when this was today actually. So again, there are lots of conflicting reports out there. Nobody's sure what's happening. The new owners again are determined to implement a collaborative. Again, I shouldn't be reading this now. It just pulls me off from the current topic that we're talking about. So not so much. Chelsea conducted a secret medical. We read about that one. The one I want to show you guys is this one here. Again, just give me a second. I'll bring it up a bit. This is from Harry Flowers. I don't follow him that much. I know people trust him. He's verified by Twitter, but being verified by Twitter doesn't mean, again, everything you say is true. Okay, Terry, that's Terry from Football Terrace, right? That's him. That's his picture there. That's him that goes by the name. I didn't know his last name was Flowers. So again, I don't trust this. Not one bit.
Yes, but even the same now, as I said from yesterday, I said I'll believe it until the Chelsea announce it, or it is Fabrizio Romano says, "Here we go," because I know he won't say "Here we go" until it's done. After what happened to Lukaku when he said, "Oh, Lukaku is untouchable," now he just makes sure everything is done and dusted until the player is going to another club. So. Until next summer, we release that clause. Yes, I'll be happy. For now, I won't be excited. But again, I'll just be a little bit excited because I want this kind of player at Chelsea.
Yeah, again, if you're in the chat, Steve Chelsea, if you can, please share the link to our sister channel so that people here that hasn't subscribed to the sister channel would do that. Thank you, Coach. No worries, bro. You don't have to even ask me before you do that whenever you're here. Go check out the Other Time podcast. Be sure to subscribe to his channel. He's a friend, and I hope, again, to reciprocate his love, the love he's shown to Chelsea Perspective. Again, find time to join his show. Like and subscribe. Share the video. Again, share the link to the stream on whatever social media platforms that you have present so that more people can learn about the channel and join us here. Again, respectfully, I agree with the 5-season statement, but I think it will be easier to win the Champions League because the Premier League still belongs to City and doesn't look like that's changing soon. As long as Pep, again, and the money is there, again, and Haaland, let's just say it. I think he's proven a lot of people wrong. I think you could say that guy he's slotted in well in the City team. Again, he's played with them like he's. Again, if you see him playing in that team, it just seems as if he's played with them for years, but he just joined them. With Haaland, I think they're still winning again, but we'll see what happens there. Again, Terry Flowers, again, is a jinxer. Again, even him, I don't trust him. No other outlet has said it's done, but he's saying Nkunku to Chelsea, deal agreed. Medical done. It just phrases it in a way that most people will look at it and say, okay, yeah, it is final. But it is not indeed. I don't think we have anything else again, any final thoughts from you? I want us to look at, again, head-to-head and, again, the history between the two clubs, Crystal Palace and Chelsea Football Club. And if you watched on the Graham Potter's press conference, if it's taking place already, let us know any update on the injuries.
I'll watch it. It's about 20 minutes for Graham Potter press conference.
Oh, you watched it already?
No, I'll watch it after 20 minutes, starting at 1:30 p.m. at UK time.
Oh, it has started already. Okay, let me find something here.
In 20 minutes.
It starts in 20 minutes. Okay.
Yes.
Let's see. We'll still be here a while again. Before that happens, let me see. Yep, I suspected it was going to be 3-4-2-1. Probably you can call it 3-4-3. The application is what matters. Let's look at what we have here. We have, let me see, head-to-head. I want to see head-to-head. Where can I find that? Insight, again, ranked 12 in goals scored per match, 1.2 goals per match. That's for Crystal Palace. Ranked 7th in shots on target. That's not easy. They're ranked 7th, even ranking 12 in goals scored. That's not easy too. They're doing quite well. Ranked 7th in shots on target per match, 4.8 shots. Again, they really trying. Jean Felipe Mateta has the most shots on target per match for Crystal Palace, 1.9. Again, for Chelsea's, again, we're ranked 10th. Okay, which they're just 2 behind us in terms of goals scored. Again, Chelsea haven't lost to Crystal Palace in their last 10 meetings, 10 wins, again, 0 draws. But that's when I get concerned. That's when I feel like there's a chance that the Chelsea FC factor comes into play. What do you think, Tebago? Are you concerned about that?
My only concern, Graham Potter never beat Crystal Palace at their own pair. So that's the only concern. But if you get it right, I don't see us losing or drawing this game. We need to win these games. So, but again, I won't just be harsh on him if we don't win this game, but at least a draw. But as a fan, I want to win every game, but it's impossible. So hopefully tomorrow he will start his Premier League debut as a Chelsea coach very well with a win, a convincing win. So hopefully those players, as I said, those players now they found their shooting boot in order to finish those chances, because I think Graham Potter are going to create a lot of chances. So we need guys who can finish those chances.
Yeah, again, we need that. And here's another concerning, insight here is that we haven't kept a clean sheet in 7 matches. That is not okay. And there's something, again, if you paid attention, we have to agree to that, is that Graham Potter, he's a serious risk taker. Again, he's not the type like, when, for instance, when Thomas Tuchel came in, he paid attention to the defensive aspect of the whole game to be sure, again, why he gets to understand his players. He prioritizes, again, strengthening the defense of, making sure we don't concede. But Potter looks like, again, against Salzburg, you can see we took a lot of risk. So is that a concern to you? Again, plus we haven't kept a clean sheet in 7 matches. Is that a concern for you, Tebago?
My concern is when players not doing their roles. That's my concern as a Chelsea fan, because you can see the coach try to make a structure in order for us to be attacking solid and also defensive solid. But again, we lose a kind of a concentration where the teams will hurt us mostly, because the goal they consider against Salzburg is one we've been conceding under Thomas Tuchel almost every time. When we lose the ball between the midfield or one of our attackers losing a ball up front, the heroes of counter-attack and conceding. That's the issue I'm having now at the moment. So hopefully that will change, and then Graham Potter have noticed that also he can fix that.
Yeah, exactly. Art even says a flu is the past tense of fly. No, no flowers. Is there not again any former Chelsea players, Chelsea players who qualify to be our director of sports? Again, to be honest, this is what we need. Again, the closest we had was Petr Cech. I don't know if they're considering him I wouldn't say they're considering him for that role. Again, we heard that he was at the training ground the other day to watch the youth team again train or play a match. I don't remember, but I don't think if they wanted to give him the job, I would hear that by now. I think it's a role you want an experienced head. You need someone who's been there, who understands the politics of the transfer window, because a lot of politics do go again into the process of signing a player, whether we like it or not. But we simply don't know about those things. I think they want somebody with a ped, you could say history again, like they want a proven hand, if you want to phrase it that way. That's why they were going for Christopher, and now they're talking about the Leipzig man too. I'm not sure if there's any former Chelsea player that has gotten them, they've gotten the license and again educated in that area and understands how the whole thing works. I don't know, and not to the best of my knowledge. Again, will the game tomorrow with Palace paint any picture about Porter at Chelsea, or is this still too early? Already, you can see, if you paid attention to the first game, you can see his imprint. In the sense that under Thomas Tuchel, as much as I love Thomas Tuchel, there's something I think he didn't address. It was easy, if you followed Chelsea long enough, if you did your homework, it was easy to tell. When every Chelsea player had the ball, whoever it is on the Chelsea team that had the ball, you'd be able to tell where they'd be looking to pass the ball to. And that was why Manchester City stifled Thomas Tuchel's team on the two legs, again, home and away, the past season. We couldn't play because they studied us quite well. So, but in the case of Porter, I think you have a more fluid play in every department on the pitch, from the defense to the midfield and the attack. You can't stop his team from playing. There's always a close plays, overloads in every department. You could say, let me just to generalize it, you could say dynamic runs from the guy, those that are not without the ball. So even if you think you've covered a particular passing lane, you'd have other players open up. Again, you'd have 2, 3, about up to at least 2 passing lanes left for the player with the ball, to utilize. But under Thomas Tuchel, it doesn't look like he paid attention to that. That was why when teams press us aggressively and press us strategically, we couldn't play. But under Porter, that would change. Maybe it would take time for him to fix that, because players are used to, you can say, making static runs or opting for easier options like passing the ball backwards or sideways and all that. We'll see. I think that changes. We need a win. A win, will do us a world of good for sure. I hope we get a win. And here again, let me see. Okay, brother. Again, we'll do that. Okay, on Twitter says again, IG the Other Time podcast. Okay, now again, thank you again for finding the time to join. We have just 28 likes, guys. We can do better than that. If you haven't, take a second to like the video, and also subscribe to the channel if you haven't. So let's get into building the lineup here at Tebago. Are you ready for it?
100%.
Okay, let's do it. Before I even open it, where we're starting from. Again, your thoughts. Again, Mendy, he returned from the Senegal camp with what was they described as a partial knee injury, right? But even at that, you can argue before Porter took over, he wasn't really ready. And we heard that he trained with the first team a few days ago. And the last time Porter spoke about him, he said he's training well, but I think something similar to it, they don't want to risk it. Who do you think starts between the stick? I'm going to ask those in the chat too. I think for me, it will be Mendy, for the fact that for me, it will be Kepa, for the fact that Mendy returned from his national team camp with a knee injury. Even if it's ready, I don't think Porter would drop Kepa to the bench to start him. Plus, Kepa has done well under Graham Porter. He's shown his sweeper keeper ability when needed, and again, his distribution. Again, he's a better distributor of the ball than Mendy is. As much as I love Mendy, I have to be objective here. But your thoughts?
Okay, as I said yesterday, Edward Mendy's style of play doesn't. Graham Potter's style of play doesn't suit Edward Mendy. So we'll wait and see what will happen in the future.
Why do you say that?
Because Grandfather, the way we play, he want a goalkeeper that can pass the ball with confidence. For example, play a position football. But Mendy cannot do that because he do a lot of mistakes. Yes, Kepa, he do mistakes, but Kepa's mistakes are slightly like they are not that bad. But in terms of Mendy, oh my gosh, you've seen a lot under him. So for me, I'll rather use Kepa for now until Mendy's ready to fight for his place. So that's the question mark. Are we going to sell Mendy and stuff? But for this game, I'll play Kepa.
Yeah, again, I'd play a Kepa too, and again, I think it was IBC that argued that on the panel here. Again, you don't change goalkeepers like that. Kepa hasn't put a foot wrong. If you drop into the bench for no just cause, I think you're sending the wrong message, which I've argued before. I think didn't help Mendy. Again, he probably, without knowing it, he took things for granted and didn't work to improve. Like Nick Blue argued when he was on the panel here, Mendy needs, to be dropped to the bench for his own good. But the way Thomas Tuchel handled the goalkeeping selection, I think you could argue he made one goalkeeper look like a god and make the other one look like as if his place is not under threat, no matter what happens, no matter how badly he does on the pitch for us, and made the other one look like it's nonsense and it's not important and it's not needed. That's my argument. Let's see what those in the chat say. I think a lot of people, even at one point, even Mendy's biggest supporters started saying, this is becoming too much. I think it's about time he drops to the bench. But that's by the way, again, I think you make a good argument. It will not be easy for Potter to drop Kepa and pick Mendy, most especially now that Mendy, again, you could say he's still recovering and isn't ready. You understand? So I can agree with you. Again, centrally, I don't know. Thiago Silva traveled and Koulibaly traveled. Again, I'm not sure what's going to happen there. There, Tebago, centrally, again, in the back three. Who do you think starts centrally? I'm not sure the distances both players traveled, Koulibaly and Thiago Silva. I don't know if that will come into play. I'm not sure. Are you there, Tebago?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, so who do you think starts centrally? To me, I still think, even though I think they've had a few days to rest, and I'm sure they're all back again in training, I think Silva still starts centrally. But what do you think?
No, I think Silva will be rested. So I see Koulibaly playing there.
Let me ask those in the chat. Just give me a second. For the between the sticks, again, 62% of things. Want or maybe thinks, I'm not sure how to phrase it. Mendy wants Kepa to start between the sticks. So I'm going to end that one. And let's ask who starts essentially. CB. Let me just do it like that. The CB in the back three. And see who they choose. The one option is Koulibaly. And the other one is a Silva. I think the travel time usually comes into, again, is factored into the decision on who starts. And again, we'll see what the chart does in the chart and the chat says. You're the same, bro. I've been doing a football fan quiz, a show where got Arsenal fans, Liverpool fans, again, Man United. Go check out his channel. He just launched his channel. Smash the likes. Only takes 1 second, even less than a second. We have just 30 likes. We should be doing better than that. Please, if you haven't, take a second to like the video. Again, is that your Insta, bro? Okay, they're communicating to each other. Let's see what we have here. Kepa is going to be the number one as of now. He looks more comfortable with playing from the back. And what Potter wants, again, this one argument that I've heard people make is that that Mendy isn't good with his feet. I think Mendy is good with his feet, actually, better than most people give him credit for. But to be objective or to be truthful here, something seemed off. Again, it's something isn't quite right for a while now from Mendy. I hope he fixes that. And I was thinking that maybe the signing of Koulibaly changes things for him, but that hasn't happened. And I'm not sure why. Again, Kepa is getting his chance. Maybe he will prove me wrong. I think he will, again, Kepa's case, you could say under Frank Lampard, the reason he was exposed as much as he did then was the fact that, again, our defense then was awful, horrible, disastrous. I don't know how else to phrase it. So, again, why, again, you'd see, I don't know if it was lack of proper communication between the defense and the goalkeeper. I don't know what it was then, but I'd say, yeah, again, I don't think I don't think it was his fault then, but a lot of people blame him for that. But that's, by the way, again, I'm just going to plug in Silva here because if he's had time to rest, I think he starts centrally. And if you're in the chat, let us know if you agree with that decision to start Silva here. I think he starts there for me. Again, Tebago on the right-hand side, I know the last time it was Cesar Splaqueta. Do you think it still be the same now?
No. We just got Wesley Fofana with 70. Why is he on the bench? I'm just kidding, coach. Last game, Graham Potter was just playing experienced players for that game in order to see other things. So I feel like Wesley Fofana should play that role for me.
Mm. Yes, I think it's his role. I think, like, go ahead. You were saying something.
Yes, and I don't want him to play centrally until he learns that role better. So playing Koulibaly there or centrally or Silva, that will help him because he knows he'll be having someone who can trust all the time. So I want Wesley Fofana tomorrow to play on a right centre back.
Mm-hmm. I think it wouldn't make any sort of. I think at this point, we shouldn't be playing Fofana centrally. We've seen an example again. He's not experienced enough to lead the back line. If you pay attention again, leading that back three centrally, again, he needs experience. He needs a cool-headedness. Again, you could argue that goal we conceded against, was it Dynamo Zagreb? It was because of lack of experience, because he saw the player. They were measured. It wasn't like the player was ahead of him, but lack of experience, he wasn't able to find the most viable way to deal with the situation. And that was due to lack of experience. You could argue if it was Silva or Koulibaly, they'd stop that guy there, and again, and not even get into trouble. But we're not going to get into that. But you make a good point. He shouldn't be starting centrally, no matter what happens. I don't think he's experienced enough to do that. He can't lead. You need to be able to lead, even without speaking. Leading in the sense of where you pass the ball to and where you find yourself. And then how again, positioning also, those things come into play. Leading isn't just a vocal thing as most people see it. Again, but that's, by the way, so the right-hand side, we can agree, will be Fofana. If you're in the chat, let us know if you disagree or agree with that option there. And like Bobby argued before, I think Potter's first, selection as Chelsea manager was a bit political. I think he was being cautious not to how do I put it, not to misquote Bobby, not to get on the, let me just say, not to get on the wrong side of the big name players at the club, of the senior players. So you could argue, I think Bobby was very correct. At the same time, also managers, when they switch clubs, usually, look for the experienced players. You could say who can easily, again, who he can easily get across his preferred approach to the game to, and who can easily adapt to new approach to the game. That's, again, those two factors. You could say, again, Bobby was correct. Again, for the players who picked so far, let us know your thoughts, Dan. What do you think?
Big up channel, big up Coolest, big up my brother coach. Yeah, man.
Big up to you too.
Yeah, Kepa for me, we started goals, but like I say, like what Coolest said, when Mendy comes back, he'll be the first pick up over Kepa
Mm-hmm.
since his injury. For Varner, yeah, man, it's about. I think Potter should actually decide to actually put for these three at the back and start actually playing as a three back with Koulibaly, Silva,
Mm-hmm.
Fofana. Fofana, I was talking about the show the other night, the other day when we was on about Fofana needs to start playing more games because to actually get in, because if he wants to play for the France international in the World Cup, this Fofana guy, we need to see how well he does at Chelsea because he's like I say, he's going to be one of our most incredible talent centre back for the future for Chelsea.
Mm-hmm.
And if Potter don't get him any games in time right now, then we ain't gonna never see what he's like as a Chelsea player at centre back because everyone's like laughing saying he only. It's like they're talking about him about like having Maguire at Leicester. You can only see what he did at Leicester as a centre back. Could he adapt to a bigger club? But like I always just say, like this Pavano is one of the top legends. No matter what, he was better than Harry Maguire. He's got better, more stuff than Harry Maguire in total. He's 22 years of age. You can see what he did at Leicester last season for Varane, and then what Harry Maguire did at Leicester, and now what Maguire's doing at Man United. So we do need to find solutions to have Fofana play more regularly and more better gaming times. And if we don't play in that regularly much in the Chelsea squad, then how's he going to adapt to the Chelsea style with all the talent players on the pitch? So
Yeah, here's the thing. Again, I'm just gonna repeat myself anyway. Again, Fofana not playing that match against Salzburg wasn't because his playing ability. Like I said, the manager, again, managers do that all the time. He opted for the more experienced players and those who've played in the team longer to ensure stability. And also, again, you could say it's political to a certain measure, like Bobby argued on the panel here, not to get on the wrong side of the senior players, which makes sense. And the other one I said again, when managers switch teams, they usually look at the experience, seem to select more of the experienced players in the team who they believe that makes it easier for them to convey his preferred approach to the game, and they'll be able to apply it on the pitch easily because they experience enough to do so. So it wasn't because of Fofana's playing ability. I think that's, by the way, I think he do well. And again, and Dan, I sent you a private message on Twitter. You don't have to read it out. Just read it again.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't read it out again. Okay, here Tobias says Mendy again. If we want to win the match, but again, Mendy, if we want to win the match, but to send the right message, I guess Kepa is a Balaga. I'm guessing I understand again. Tobias, I love you. I guess I understand your argument there. But if you can elaborate, I'd really would like to see what you're trying to say there. If you haven't, please, we have just 31 likes. We can do better than that. Keep liking the video, and also again, subscribe to the channel if you haven't. The likes do go a long way. Again, the views have again dropped again quite a lot since the transfer window shut, and that's understandable. But we can help it go up by liking the video if you haven't, and also sharing the links to the channel and the show on whatever social media where you have platform. Those things do help us reach a wider audience. Please keep sharing. Despite the mistakes Mendy made, it will be more, again, I will be more nervous with Kepa between the sticks. I would still prefer Mendy. I think most people don't trust Mendy, but here's something I'd like you to pay attention to. Under Thomas Tuchel's reign, you could argue Kepa actually, he had a better record than Mendy, but again, we must factor in the fact, in that decision, the fact that Mendy played more games. So chances are he concedes more goals. Again, both goalkeepers are good. can start for any team. But again, they have their deficiencies, respective deficiencies. But there are things each of them can do better than the other. Again, the whole thing comes down to which of the two goalkeepers the Potter prefers. But most people have, again, a lot of the Chelsea fans have jumped to the conclusion that Potter will most likely prefer playing Kepa Arrizabalaga given his ball playing ability, which, yeah, you could argue from what we've seen that he's better in that aspect than Mendy. But there are other aspects too that Mendy, you can argue Mendy can do better than Kepa Arrizabalaga, but we're not going to get into that. The whole thing comes down to, again, what Potter wants. We could argue from here to tomorrow. It doesn't change anything. Again, I would, again, prefer Silva. If they had the time to rest, he's shown, again, he's the most equipped to lead the back line, especially when we're playing with a flat back of three. Again, because of, you could say, his calmness on the ball and his ability to lead even without speaking. Because like I've mentioned before, leading doesn't necessarily mean being vocal. You can lead by the way again, the way you pass the ball, where you pass it to, and how you read the game, your positioning and all that. Those things go along with the two players are flanking him there. Again, but that's why the way again says Porter. Delongo says Porter's press conference is starting now. Again, you can watch it again. If anybody can watch it and update us on anything that will affect our decision here, that will be fine. Again, was it a good decision though to put experienced team while Chelsea was playing with inexperienced team? Because he left more capable players on the bench. I wouldn't say it. It's hard to tell. Again, a lot of people weren't happy, especially since Selhurst on the bench. I think the complaint then was mainly because of Selhurst starting over Fofana. A lot of people expected Fofana to start. You can say Selhurst, as much as he's one of the best one-on-one in terms of ball playing ability, in terms of the ability to carry the ball, progress the ball. Again, I think Fofana is far better than him in that aspect. But like we've established here, Potter had to go with experience, and that's just that. I don't know how to explain further on why that's the case. But yeah, good observation though. Again, big up to you, to Queen of the House. Thank you for finding the time to join and helping keep the house clean. What else do we have here? Again, hey, everyone in the chat is saying, and for the left-hand side, that's where, again, we have, it's not going to be straightforward here. And then I'll get to you in a bit. Tebago, if you're still there, again, the argument has always been, again, which is possible. Since Potter likes to play Cucurella in the left center-back position, and he was excellent there against Leipzig. The question is, will he be able to fulfill that role as well as he did against Leipzig in a much less a physical game than it, again, because it's going to be really the game against Crystal Palace will be more physical than that of Leipzig. Again, I think. But Tebago, what do you think will happen here? Who do you think starts here? Because I think Cucurella will still start here, and I see Ben Chilwell also playing this game. Your thoughts, Tebago?
Cucurella will start there.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Because he already know he already have an advantage how Graham Potter used that role. So for him it's simple, and also I enjoy him playing that role. But it is same, as I said before, some players need to do their role. When Cucurella overlaps, we need a midfielder that can drop deep to protect that role for him. Because when we get exposed, the goal they scored against us, there was no one there to be found. Thiago Silva and Azpilicueta were left isolated. That's the issue. That's why, sometimes I'm sad that we didn't got a chance to fix the midfielder role, because when our center backs or our wing backs are overlapping, we need midfielders that can sense threats and stuff. But again, hopefully that will be sorted. So I'll rather see Cucurella there. Even if not, I want Bill Chilwell to play there because that's I feel like Chilwell will play there also. I don't see Sterling shifting on that player number 7 role.
Here's the thing. I think he will probably again. We will be better if he's able to accommodate Sterling here, accommodate Chilwell here, and Cucurella here. But we have Koulibaly, who's also capable of playing there. But Koulibaly himself, in an interview, admitted that again he's not up to par yet with the pace of the Premier League, which I don't think that's the case. I think again my argument was that the issue we had then again in a defensive line, 2 changes is too many. Two changes. You could argue again bringing it. That's too many changes. Again, in a defensive line, again you see a disjointed performance. You'd see lack of cohesion, lack of proper communication, because on 2 occasions he's been cut off his position. It's like he's overlapped, and there's no cover. And I think you said that already just now in Tebago. So if we had a proper DM, or if we had a player who's able to read the game, because one of them, if I remember, was, let's assume this now is Koulibaly. He was running back from the right hand side towards the middle, center Senko. Who was it? He pulled his shirt. He pulled the player on the shirt again to stop him from orchestrating a counter against us. There was no cover here from either of the 2 6s. If we played 2 6s that day, I think we did under Thomas Tuchel. So you could argue it was lack of proper communication, but everybody involved, the back 3 and also the 2 6s then under Thomas Tuchel. If the 2 6s read the game very well, when Koulibaly was up, he was somewhere here. Let's assume this is Koulibaly. J5 or the other person should have been here to cover, but none of them were there.
It was that Harrison from Leeds United when he pulled the shirt off Leeds United shirt when the centre backs pushed to the midfielders and there was no cover at the back. There was that new that American guy from Leeds United who's a quality player for Leeds. He's the one.
Yeah, he was caught off position. Go ahead, Daniel. So, for Daniel, before you go into that, who do you think starts here?
It'd be Koulibaly, because what it is, I think with Potter, it's like I think with Potter, what he wants to do is start with the 3 experienced line, and with Cucurella, he wants him to play the left wing back. If it was the 4, I understand where we play. With the 4, if he was playing 4 at the back, he would have wanted to play Cucurella at left centre back or left back. Because we're going to play at the 3 back, he wants to change it about where Koulibaly and Silva and Fofana play all 3 together. So, but I think Cucurella could stay there, but I don't think Chilwell will be starting tomorrow because he didn't start for the international game. So I reckon Cucurella will be left wing back, and then it'll be Koulibaly centre back with Diego Silva and Fofana.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think it will be Koulibaly here again, and the poll is 50-50. Koulibaly here and Cucurella for the forward. I think let's see what the chat does here. Again, it's not easy to decide because at this point, Potter again. We can't say this is what he does with the Chelsea team until a few games into the season. Again, like 3-4 games, then we should be able to have a pattern to be able to predict his lineup properly. He may have decided to start Cucurella here just to make it easier for him to, implement his preferred approach. That's what I think. I think Koulibaly started here, but I think probably the chat will ruin everything for us. Let's go for areas where we're sure what's going to happen. I'll start with you, Dan. Here, most definitely will be James. What do you think, Dan?
Yeah, it will be Reece James there. And then the number 7, Cucurella. And as we all know, it's going to be a shame for the midfielders.
Yeah, for here, again, what happens here for the number 7 position depends on what what they give us, or for the left centre-back position. Now, what they have there is, again, Cucurella has 60%, while Koulibaly has 40%, but I still think strongly I think Koulibaly starts here. Cucurella starts a further forward in the 7th position. Like you mentioned, Dan, again, Ben Chilwell didn't even play for England, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, he didn't.
You were saying something, Dan.
Yeah, he didn't. He didn't get a game for the internationals, and it was a shame, really. I don't know why. I don't know why we never put him on for the international over Luke Shaw, but it could be a case of an injury he had for the international. I know there was an injury for him in the internationals. I think his leg was playing up or something. That's why he didn't play. But what I'm saying, like we were saying, with Cucurella being in as a left wing back and then Koulibaly, I think he wants to get the most out of the 3 centre backs into the team. But as everyone knows, everyone probably might disagree with what I'm going to say, but as you know, Potter's always chosen Cucurella at Brighton, and he's a big fan of Cucurella, so there's going to be no choice that Cucurella will be playing left wing back over Ben Chilwell.
Let me try and look at something here, but go ahead. I'm listening to you. I want to find out where he predominantly. It's hard to tell now, but I'm going to look at it to see how often he's played Cucurella in the left centre back position rather than the left wing back position. But go ahead with what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, wait. With Potter's formation for Brighton, he likes to change the formation. If the first formation don't work well, he likes to change it about in the second half. And with the likes of Cucurella for Brighton, he's always put him as a left back or a left wing back, or sometimes put him as a left centre back for if they're centre backs for Brighton. We haven't got no injuries part of, and with Ben Chilwell, I think where he didn't play the international games in both games, I think there was a slight injury for him not be playing. But I could be wrong, coach. He could put it might as left centre back, then put Ben Chilwell as left right back tomorrow. But I don't see it happening. I don't see the physically, because he like I say, he's more prototype of Cucurella is how Cucurella he likes the way he plays, and he likes to attack. And you see Cucurella as left wing back when Thomas Tuchel played him, he pushed up forwards and then actually ran back and helped the centre backs. But we could all Ben Chilwell he's injured. He can't play this. He can't play tomorrow. He's got injuries that just come up on.
I'm looking at their fixture here again. I'm looking at their fixture. If there's a way to go back the past season, I really want to do that to see where and again he's played at Cucurella mainly. September 4th again, and let me go further forward to see. I want to see where he's played Cucurella predominantly. July, the Cucurella played this game. I can't even see a lineup there. I want to see previous games again. Farther forward again. There's not much. Again, I haven't seen much to specifically say. Okay, this is the position where he's played him predominantly. That will help us see. In this games, actually, was Cucurella, was he injured at the start of the season? Because it doesn't look like he didn't play. I'm not seeing it in any of their games here.
The end of the season of Brighton, he did pick up. He was out for 3 games. He did pick up an injury at Brighton, and I think he played against Man United when they won 4-0 at Brighton's football ground when Danny Welbeck and all that lot played, and he played there. Man United when they dominated Man United 4-0. He was playing as a left wing back for Brighton at the game. I can remember they played 3 at the back, and he was playing a left wing back for the Brighton's game. So it could be possibly he could put him as a player 7, and then Koulibaly be starting for this game. But my worries about if it's the case if we're going to bring Cucurella into that role, I would like to see Zakaria play over Jorginho instead of Jorginho being playing against Crystal Palace from the start, because you see the last couple of weeks ago with the closed doors against Brighton, where Chukwueze scored the 2 goals. He actually did the assist for Chukwueze to score one of them goals and then closed door against Brighton when we won 2-1. So I would like to see him play over, like to see him have a game against Palace. But like I say, with Potter, I think Koulibaly needs to start games to get him more experience for the English football league, the fast pace. Because if we don't start playing Koulibaly, in the English Premier League, I'm going to be a bit worried for him because it'll come to the end that he'll be slow pace and won't know about adapting to the Premier League. So we have to get him more games, more gaming styles, and then Thiago Silva could actually tell Koulibaly on the pitch how the system works on the Premier League, and then he can start getting better. Because I've noticed, like lately, where you see him start a few games, he's actually he ain't done wrong, but he's slacking. He's slacking for the games against Leeds United, Southampton. He did well against Tottenham. The Champions League games, he didn't do too good. First game against the Ukraine League. I know he didn't play the Selhurst team, but
Tebago, what do you think? What do you think happens here?
Yes,
Dan, if you look at the chart, 53% thinks Cucurella starts in the left centre back position. Go ahead.
Like I've just got an idea now. I don't have an issue. I don't have an issue playing Jorginho. My issue playing Jorginho without a defensive midfielder. And then one of our pundits, I don't know his name. I think you must tell me his name so that I can call his name. His name is what? OG?
CFCOG?
Can you put our names there so I can see his name? Because he said something about Zakaria.
Oh, Dan.
Oh, it's Dan. Okay, Dan says something there. I don't mind Jorginho playing. Jorginho can play and get a free role while Zakaria can do that dirty work for us. Because Jorginho can't track back. But he's so important because he can dictate how we play. And giving him a free role will do wonders for us. So I haven't seen Thomas Tuchel doing that. Maybe Graham Potter can do it. So, for example, we can play either Jorginho Kovacic and Zakaria or Jorginho Mount Zakaria, so that Mount and Jorginho can be protected. But again, if Jorginho loses the ball while Cucurella is overlapping there, who's going to track the back for him? No one. So that's the issue I'm having now at the moment.
So let's be plug, because we don't have too much time here. Let's be plugging the players in one by one. I think usually on the right hand side, let's say again, definitely Jorginho starts, right? And I'm following. Yes. I have an update screen. It says Graham Potter rules out Kante out of Crystal Palace versus Chelsea, but says he should be fine next week. Marco Correa and Connie Chukwuemeka also out. So now, did you hear what I just read now? I have an update screen on my window. So Cucurella is out, so definitely Koulibaly starts here. So let me end the poll. Yeah,
yes,
again. Go ahead.
Coach, Koulibaly, or we might see Ben Chilwell, because they said in the...
If Koulibaly starts here, Chilwell starts. No matter who starts here, Chilwell starts. Since Cucurella is out, that's what I'm seeing now, because Koulibaly being out, Cucurella being out, which means the most likely replacement here will be what's his name? Will be Koulibaly. But go ahead with what you were saying.
So, like in the game, they said Potter used Chilwell in that role. He used Cucurella. So we might be surprised tomorrow if he do something like that. But again, as you said, to be protective and to be sure, we need to use Koulibaly there.
Cucurella, Chukwuemeka, and Kante are out. This is just me reading it again to be sure. I think Twitter, they usually put out anything they say that's very important during the presser. They put it out immediately, and I believe. Yeah, I believe I'll see more. So Kukurea, the most likely here. So Jorginho will most likely start, I believe. If we see any update again, we will talk about it. Let me get what we have in the chat here again. Let me see. Thanks, just y'all again. I think we should actually. Yeah, that's a good idea. I think we should be doing press conference watch along. Again, yeah, I just got a new idea there. Good morning again here in Toronto. It's morning. Yeah, Eastern style, probably 8:57 a.m. for you. For me in Vegas now, it's 5:57 a.m. Chris, a CMC again. How are you doing, brother? I hope you're doing well. It's been a while. Please do let us know that you're okay. Again, I appreciate you finding time to join. Hope you're all well. I am well, and we do hope that you're well too. Again, Liam Lane says, I think Silva will be saved for the Milan game after his travel this week. Because South America, that's quite some travel. Plus, where did they play the game against? Was it against Ghana? Where was that game played?
Tunisia. Let me just check. It was on
Thursday. It was on Thursday.
no.
Where was it played? The location is what I'm asking. And plus, again, if that was the only game they played, I think they will try to make it again less of a travel issue and find a camp near to the venue of the match.
Okay, coach. I remember they played at Paris Saint-Germain Stadium, France.
In France, so which means he didn't travel that much.
Yeah, he didn't travel that far. Yeah,
I think he probably. I get Liam Lane's argument. Had they traveled to like South America proper, then that would be an issue. I think he starts this one, and the way he plays again. The only concern is usually an injury because of his age. He doesn't exert too much energy. Again, the way he plays, you can say he doesn't get tired as long as his nothing breaks.
To be honest,
Coach, Thiago Silva did well. Thiago Silva did well for his international Brazilian team on Thursday.
He scored.
He scored. Yeah, he did. He did score. But I don't get to see Liam Lane. I love you, you're a big brother, mate. But I don't think Thiago Silva will be rest for this game because if it was at PSG football ground, it's not really far from the UK. So I don't think Potter would rest him unless he picked up a slight injury in the Brazilian game, but he didn't. So
and let me make this point again. Good point there. I don't think Potter will rest him. Thiago Silva again. We've seen how badly we play without him.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
Even though he's a defender. That's why I say whenever I argue, again, his strongest suit is his intelligence. It's not about power. It's not about pace. It's his intelligence. He's able to lead without speaking. The way he passes the ball, because we play out from the back. So how he plays, you could say, defines how the rest of the team plays. Because he decides where we attack from. He decides where the ball goes whenever he gets it from the goalkeeper. And that was why we were very disjointed in the game against, Zagreb. It was his absence. And Fofana couldn't fulfill that role. The only person, unfortunately, that would have been able to fulfill that role perfectly, and we wouldn't even miss him that much, would have been Andreas Christensen, unfortunately. As much as we hate him, he was the only person properly equipped to fulfill that Thiago Silva role. But that's, by the way, let me catch up with what we have in the chat, and I'm still looking at my update screen.
Coach,
if we see anything...
I just had a phone call. I have to go because I've got to go somewhere. But thanks for letting me join in. But
okay, all right, bro. We'll talk on when we can bring everybody to your channel for a live show. We'll talk later.
Yes, yeah. I'll text you anyway, and that. Coolest, big up to you, bro. Yeah, Coach, for letting me join in. Yeah, when the next time you're on the show, I'll join that one. But
let's talk about it again. I'll add you to a group, so you don't have to add. You don't have to be asking for the link separately, because sometimes I don't see it on time. So, but we need to bring the fight after Tebago's channel, taking the fight to Tebago's channel with everybody. We need to bring the gang to your channel too. So we'll talk later, brother. Thank you very much for that.
All the best to you guys. Big up to you, chat, you lot, man. Stay safe and catch you later, Coach. Bye, buddy.
All right.
Bye-bye.
All right, thank you, brother. Again, Chelsea will have to watch out for Eze and Zaha. Eze is a tricky customer indeed. I dread him, even both of them. They're very tricky customers. Big up Kachil on the panel and everyone in the chat. DJ Sav, big up, bro. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. It's been a minute. Again, Kante is actually finished. I don't think he's finished. Again, if that's your opinion, I think the club, they're looking to keep him because they don't know what he's worth. He's a big game player. Again, every time somebody talks about N'Golo Kante, the next thing that comes to mind for me is that, again, Kante is one player. Again, we won the Europa Cup with Kante, who is half fit. We won the Champions League with Kante, who's not fully fit. And those two games, you could argue, again, games, they were won in the midfield, and it was all because of N'Golo Kante. So the club understands that it will be a huge mistake, colossal one at that, if we let him go. Again, that's my argument. Jamport Entertainment, good morning, Chelsea family. My brother, nice to see you here. And DJ says, Dan, DM your channel to me. Again, Dan, if you're watching, DJ Saab wants to have the link to your channel so you can go check it out. Please, guys, again, 36 likes. We can do better than that. Keep liking the video. If you haven't, also do subscribe to the channel. Thank you. Thank you so much for all the support. I appreciate that. Again, you were saying something, Tebago. Okay, until you come back, let me keep talking here. Again, Porter, his response to the busy fixtures coming on, he says, bring it on. He's ready for it. I think we
almost forget.
Yeah,
almost forgot.
Go ahead.
I almost forgot because Daniel just came in and then said what he said, and then I forgot.
Oh, okay. No problem, brother. So now the question is, I can't finish again. Who starts alongside Jorginho? Because I know Potter prefers CMs rather than the mixture of a hybrid 8 and 6 and somebody who's capable of fulfilling the DM role. What do you think? Who starts alongside Jorginho? Because certainly Jorginho starts, I think. But who starts alongside Jorginho there? Are you there, Tebago?
Coach, are you there?
Yeah, I'm asking you. Yeah, it looks like you can't hear me. Who starts alongside Jorginho? What do you think?
I just want us to play the same formation we used against Salzburg, 3 midfielder. But again, if you're going to use this formation, as the reports were talking about Chalaba being deployed there, I want Chalaba to be there or Zakaria. I just can't play Jorginho without a DM because it's criminal. As soon as he loses position, oh my gosh, we concede goals. This is the issue I'm having. I'm not saying Jorginho is a bad player, but he needs someone who can nurse him, someone can protect him. Because if Jorginho can play a free role, oh my gosh, you know what he did under Sarri. But Tuchel and others can see that. So hopefully Chalaba can play there. Zakaria, I'm not sure because they said his fitness level is not good at the moment. So I'd rather see Chalaba there.
Okay, let's ask the chat. Again, who pairs with who partners with Jorginho? That's how I'm going to phrase the question. It's a difficult one. Wait, Jorginho. Let's see what the chat thinks. Okay, I'm going to type in WH. I'm typing who. As in the question again, we have who. Cover still in the question, right? Again, if anything changes, I'm looking at my update screen. And we also have who? Loftus-Cheek too, right?
Yes.
Loftus-Cheek, and you said Chalobah.
Yes, Chalobah.
Chalobah, and who else? Zakaria. Any person? I think that's it. This four. I don't think he will play. I don't think he will play. What's the name? I don't think he will play Conor Gallagher there. It doesn't make sense. Again, Let's ask those in the chat to see what they think. Again, if you haven't liked the video, 39 likes, let's try and get it to 50 as soon as possible. Again, we'll see what we have here. We have just a few minutes around us, so I want us to finish this one as possible. We started 1 hour late. I had to move it up. Again, I'm still recovering again, but I'm like glad I'm enjoying the show now. Again, Jorginho covers it tomorrow. There's a chance that may well be the case because Kova, you could say, suits. He's in that midfield area. You could say is the guy that's the most equipped again to help Potter apply his preferred approach to the game. Given the way he plays, he can beat the press, he can dribble his way out of tight spaces and all that. On his day, he's a creator, and there's a chance, again, Potter makes him a better player because Potter is more of a teacher than, again, as much as I love Thomas Tuchel, he's more of a teacher than Thomas Tuchel is. Liam Lane can just say hello to Liam Lane. Zakaria, besides Jorginho, it's a good question, but it remains to be seen what happens. We'll see. Again, here's something I said before. We don't have something to work with. If we are talking about Brighton, then we can go through the Brighton previous games and see a pattern and be able to predict what Potter will do. At one point, I think on occasions we've gotten Thomas Tuchel's selection correctly. Sometimes we miss out 1 or 2 players here and there, but we don't under Graham Potter now. We don't have something to work with. It's just one game he's played. And that didn't tell us everything. And you could say he only played a Cucurella because he understands how he likes to approach the game. So we need like a 2, 3, 4. We need like 3, 4, 5 games to be able to say, okay, this is what we think he would do. Again, by then we have a pattern to work with. Again, how is Kante not finished? Again, he's played 1 game for 80 minutes and hasn't been featured since. He's confirmed to be out tomorrow. His availability is a huge problem for the squad. Again, you have every right to see it that way. We'll all see things from different lenses. To some people, I've had my friend and brother Declan argue on the panel here that the club should cash in on him if it makes business sense to him. But I think the club sees that even though he's had injury issues, that he can still be a huge player for the club. Even if you're trying to see things from a financial perspective, he's still that guy that will help you win things. I don't know how to phrase it, but I get your argument there respectfully. So again, if Kante cannot start, play Zakaria ahead of Jorginho, over 50%, Zakaria is better than Jorginho. Here's what I think. And it's something else. Again, just quickly, I want to talk about this. Graham Potter saying if the quality is there, age is no barrier. That is so delicious to see. Which means I think you can say that's probably one of the reasons why the new owners like him. Again, that comment there is delicious, and I love it from Graham Potter. So again, here's where Zakaria and Kante differs. For the DM role, you can say Zakaria will fulfill that role better than Jorginho because he's more physical, probably can put in better tackle than Jorginho will. But in terms of helping the team control the game, Jorginho being traditionally a regista, again, that's what he does, mainly. But I get your argument. Maybe you'd see there's a possibility, a pairing of Jorginho and Zakaria. But how's that gonna work? If Jorginho becomes the guy that sits deep, we'll still have a defensive issue. So I'm not sure. Let's see what Potter does. Like I said, we don't have anything, samples to work with at Chelsea. Had it been Brighton, you could say, we'll look at it and say, this is what we think it's going to do. And that's what we think it's not going to do. But we don't have enough of pattern here, enough sample to work with here. Anything else here? I don't think so. Again, Roger, quickly, we don't have too much time, but I want to get your opinion on what you think so far. We have Kepa. Again, we have Kepa Arrizabalaga between the sticks, Silva leading centrally, Koulibaly on the left-hand side, Fofana, then Fofana flanking Silva on the left and on the right, respectively. Because now, again, Porter confirms that Cucurella will be out. Chukwuemeka doesn't come into play right now because we're talking about the back three. Again, we're plugged in James here. That's certainly Jorginho. Again, is certainly there. Your thoughts? Would you have done anything differently?
I don't believe so. Hello, coach, by the way.
Hello to you too. Sorry, pardon my bad manners.
No, never. I've just been swamped all day. I see, every selection seems very logical to me. There's nothing that sticks out to say, no, that's absurd. No, it's solid. Every pick is what I perceive to be what the coach will pick also. Next to Jorginho, based on the fact that I know it was a behind-the-scenes game, but who did he play in midfield? Chalobah, holding 6.
Yeah, we heard he played a Chalobah there, but I don't think with just a single game he'd up to play him centrally. And again, as much as I like Chalobah in the right center back position, I think there's still, for me, at least that's how I see it, a huge question mark in terms of his ball carrying ability. And again, I don't think what I've seen so far would translate well in the midfield area in terms of how
I can see
keeping the ball and all that. Yeah, go ahead. Beating the press too, more importantly. Go ahead.
And that's valid. That's really valid. I was just mentioning that if that did transpire, I wouldn't be shocked based on that. Because he's tried him. We don't know because it wasn't videotaped. We don't know if it was a success or not, right? I know Chukwuemeka came on and scored twice, I believe, wasn't it? Was it him who scored twice? So it could be him in that number 6 position. We don't know. I don't know about Zakaria. I have no idea. I'm assuming it's going to be Zakaria or Ruben Loftus-Cheek. But I wouldn't be surprised if it came out of what they call left field, that if he did play Chalobah there, I wouldn't be surprised based on what I read before. So,
if we're going by what we know and what we believe and what we believe Potter knows too.
Sure, I'm just throwing it out there. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, if he's fully fit, the other player I'd say I would have thought maybe would have had the opportunity to play was Chukwuemeka, but for some reason he's out. I haven't seen the reason why he's out.
Really? I didn't know that.
Potter confirms he's out, Kante is out, and Cucurella is out too. I would have argued probably he gets a chance. And Potter confirming that age is nothing if the quality is there.
That's great to hear.
That's great to hear. That's delicious, by the way.
Yeah.
But I think, to me, I think the most equipped player, going by again, even if Potter, if we're saying that, like, I think it was Glenn that reminded me the other day, in most cases, he likes to play with 2 CMs rather than what we call 2 6s, one sitting deep and the other playing a hybrid of 8 and 6. I think he likes it more fluid.
Okay.
Which means I'm seeing the likelihood of Kovacic starting alongside. Kovacic, you could say, is indispensable. Actually, he's undroppable.
Is he fit enough?
That's the case. I don't know how much of a travel. Again, I don't know how.
Can I ask one question? Do we know the cause of injuries, or what the injuries are to Cucurella and Chukwuemeka? Did they specify?
No, the comment, I'm looking at my update screen and I'm not seeing anything specific there, just that they're out.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that. Okay.
Yeah. So let me catch up on the chat. I think the whole thing comes down to what those in the again in the chat peaks. Again, they have 31% cover, 31% loves to shake. There are 31%, Zakaria 2. The only person there, again, you could say Chalobah has just 8%. So let's see if it breaks the tie there with Peak. But I think the most likely to start alongside Jorginho will be Kovacic. Again, that's what I think. That's what I think. But we'll see.
Yeah. I was assuming that he wouldn't be able to play or maybe come on the 70th minute. But I don't know his fitness. So it's presumptuous of us to do this, but I get it. If he's fit, I'll start Kova every day of the week. I love him.
Yeah. Here, PJ Kelly says Kante is far from finish. I think I've read that. And jump on into them and said Kante still has a lot of fight in him. Again, the argument we had the other day is just him finding a way to adapt his game to his age. That will make him still play for a while. Again, you could say he's not. We should be counting him. Adding him to that category where that includes Modric, includes Lewandowski, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, Thiago Silva, because again, I know you could say one of the most important attributes that define the way he places his, the running he does on the pitch. But besides that, he still has his ability to read the game. And Kante, because he's been stereotyped as just a defensive midfielder, whereas he's traditionally an 8, he can also create. He can score. And if you watch the goals he scored, his shots aren't about power, it's about finesse and placement. And placement, yeah. So,
virtually all of his goals have been placement, side foot.
Not really about power.
No, he doesn't need to be, sir. Doesn't need to be. If you're hitting the ball 5 miles an hour, it goes over that white line. Guess what? Still sexy.
Yep. Again, so my point is again, we shouldn't just forget about Kante because probably he can't run that much, or because he gets injured. It's not something. Once we find a solution to that, you'd see.
You know what it is, Coach? Do you know what it is? It's playing him not for the full 90 minutes. And if he does complete 90 minutes, etc., then you rest him the next game. Because studies have shown that there's certain increase in percentage in players being hurt after the 70th minute once they reach 30. I saw a study on that. And, so we use him judiciously. You can play him every game, but as long as he's taken off with 20 to 30 minutes to go, then that's fine. Or he comes on for 20, 30 minutes, or you alternate. He plays for 70, comes on as a substitute the next game for 30 or 45. Does that make sense? I think he has to be used judiciously because he's got hamstring problems. Those things, they're more sensitive than a wife. Come on.
Yeah, again, the behind closed door game thing is still experimental. I don't think he will not be risking too much, most definitely. Just remember I told you that, but we'll see what happens. And Thomas SW6 here says, hey, Kante has more turnovers than Jorginho with the laughing emoji. Again, you're really fed up. You're really done with Kante. But again, I understand your argument, and we all see things from different lenses. And you have every right to express yourself and on how you see Kante. But I think we should aim to find a way to use him sparingly and get the best out of him. Let's see what we have in the chart here. Kovacic at 35%. I think most likely it will be Kovacic.
Yeah.
If I think Loftus-Cheek will get his chance to play under Porter, probably as one of what 2 8s here, if you want to call them that, or maybe one of the 3 attackers here, because he's capable of playing from the flanks, flanking one of the guys flanking the number 9 here. I think he can fulfill that role. 17 votes. I think it's a good sample size. So let's plug in Kovacic there. And let's see what happens tomorrow. Like I said, we don't have too much enough sample to work with in terms of Porter and the Chelsea squad. Again, let me start with you for the left wing back position. If here, for me, I think we don't have any other option. I think it will most likely be Chilwell. I think he's ready. Thomas Tuchel was easing him in gradually. I think he starts there. If this is the structure, I wouldn't be surprised if Porter plays Raheem Sterling here again, for the sake of him hoping to overload the midfield area and the attacking area. And then and Sterling, you could argue, enjoyed playing there. So your thoughts on this position here, Roger?
Yeah, of course it's going to be Chile. I can't see anyone else playing there. It's interesting. We've picked a 3-4-3. I think he may go with a 3-5-2 or a 4-2-3-1 or 4-3-3.
There's really no telling.
No, but he's predictably unpredictable, which I love. Mm-hmm. This is what Can you imagine if you're an opposing coach? It's a nightmare because you have to prepare your squad, I should say, to prepare for any eventuality of formations that he may play, and more importantly, in-game changes to that formation, which he invariably does. He's a nightmare to coach against, and I love that.
Yeah, the unpredictability is something I love so much in managers. And again, Thomas SW6, your contributions today has been awesome. I love reading. It's good to see again opposing you can say opposing opinions. So you try to make it explain yourself. That makes it interesting. Without that, we wouldn't have a show. N'Golo, after the World Cup, has been on a steady decline. Again, I'm not going to go into why I think that's not the case. And we've argued that before. But that's, by the way, again, here, Kante cannot stay healthy. We want him gone. No new contract. That's what you want. But what does the club want? Again, like I said before, I've argued on this show before, if we play 2-3 games without him, we may get what I believe would be a false sense of security, in the sense we'll start thinking we can actually do without N'Golo Kante, and that's it, he's gone. But again,
a false narrative.
Yeah, excellent. But I get where you guys are coming from. Again, rest Kante for he's not, again, he's out already. The manager confirms that he's not ready. Again, for our big games, let's not abuse him now that we have enough depth to help him stay fit. Again, that's a good suggestion. Here we have, again, the midfield looks good on paper at least. Yep. Let's see what the people in the chat thinks. 88% Chilwell for here. I think that doesn't change. I think here fine now. So let's go. Definitely, if Chilwell starts here, I think Sterling starts here.
That's a given.
Yeah, it's as simple as that. And again, I think these two positions, you can argue, picks. Again, they pick themselves. As much as I'd like to see my fellow Americans start here, I think the excuse now will be that he traveled more. Where did England play their game against Germany? It was in the UK, right?
It was in Wembley, indeed.
It was so they didn't travel outside the country.
No, they went all the way from southwest London to northwest London. So there's a much travel there. So again, there's another excuse to drop Christian Pulisic there, as much as I'd wanted, because he traveled. But let me ask those in the chat. Let's get their opinion. 75% Chilwell. I think Chilwell starts there, Sterling up there. Let's ask them who starts again in the. Let me just use the number we're looking at on the screen there. That doesn't mean the player plays at the number 10 position. Let me just ask. Maradona?
Let me just use the term right 8. Let's just call it an 8.
Yeah, of course. You like that one earlier?
Yeah, let's call it. Maybe the second number 8. That sounds better. Yeah. Even if that's not the role. So we have, let's plug in every player possible there. Mount, he starts again. Ziyech.
Yeah, okay.
Pulisic.
Yeah.
Loftus-Cheek comes in because he can play there too.
Definitely he can.
Mm-hmm.
He made an impact at Salzburg.
Again, he did better than those that started the game over him.
Yeah, he was impressive. I've got to admit.
He was. I think there's a chance he'll be starting games on the Porta. Maybe it will take time, but I think we'll see that over time. See that start to happen.
I agree.
Yeah. Again, if you're watching 39 likes, again, like the video if you haven't, and also subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Thank you very much for all the support. I cannot thank you guys enough. I took a few days off, but I'm back now. Again, we will be rolling consistently. Again, except if I decide to take another break, because I'm a human being, I don't want to burn out. Roger, let's see. While we wait for them to help us complete the second 8, let's just use that term so that people understand what we're talking about. That's the number 10 there. The number 9 position, I know we've talked about the possibility of Aubameyang playing alongside, playing in the same game as with Broja. I think Broja deserves to start this game. Again, the argument will be, did he travel? I'm not sure if he traveled. If you're in the chat, let us know if Broja did travel. Mount is undroppable in no time. What do you think? What happens for the number 9 position while we wait for those in the chat to conclude?
I would absolutely love, bearing in mind that Palace have some height in their game, right? Their defense, they're a pretty big team back there. So I would love to see a physical number 9. Broja comes to mind when I utter those words. He is the prototypical powerful player. He shrugs off play. He's strong. He's young. He's fast. He has speed. Which, he impressed me. He shocked me when I last saw him play. I was really impressed with his ability with the ball, with speed too. I think he deserves a start. Will he? I couldn't tell you. I would like to see him or Kai start there. That's my opinion. Until I'm proven otherwise, I'm not in the mood for Aubameyang, even though he's clinical. I'm not.
And he's come out to say he needs time, but I think it's too late now. Probably, I'm not sure. Again, why didn't I check? Why didn't I check whether again? Why didn't I check whether Broja traveled or not? Because that's a factor, and I don't think Aubameyang traveled. He stayed back, which means he's had time to train with the manager.
He plays for Gabon, yeah.
Yeah. And if you're in the chat, let us know. Did Broja travel? I don't think I'm seeing some interviews, which I'm not sure where that was recorded. Did Amanda Broja actually travel? I don't think he did too. And if he did, I think he deserves to start. Again, there are quite a lot of games to play this week. There's a chance Potter decides, okay, just stay. Maybe let's start Aubameyang. Politics comes into play too. Let's start Aubameyang. You start next one. Because he would like to be on the good side of the senior player. I think it was Bobby that mentioned that, and I haven't thought about that actually. Usually, what I think is that managers, when they switch clubs, they usually bank on the older players because he can easily convey his preferred approach to the game to them, and they get to implement it on the pitch easier than the younger ones would. It's not easy there, really.
No, I mean, this is the norm. It's the conventional way of moving forward for a new coach is to play the senior, more experienced, because you want to eradicate errors. That's the last thing you need as a new coach is for the psychology of the team to go down, for their heads to lower, and that usually happens by making errors. So until they're very confident, then he'll start introducing, or a new manager traditionally introduces new players. So that's why you see more often than not new coaches in a team start veterans, because they've seen it all. They know, true, they see things before their legs move, but sometimes their legs catch up with them. But I can see him starting far more veterans than. Having said that, I beg your pardon, I would still love to see Broja start. What about you? Can I ask you, what is your 3? If you were the manager right now, Chelsea, okay, who would you have up 3? Up 3.
Okay, I have to be honest.
Yeah, hit me. That's why I'm asking. Don't lie to me.
No, I'm not going to do that. Here's the thing. Yeah. If I was the manager, this is actually what I think will happen.
Sure.
We're following what I think a Potter would do. Or even though we don't have enough sample, we don't know too much about what he would do at Chelsea. We don't have enough to work with.
No.
I'm a big fan of starting here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, 9? You talk about the false 9?
No, not false 9. In the left wing back position.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of starting wing backs, again, wingers there. Because if you understand the game very well, it actually works well when implemented very well, when applied very well.
Sure.
Now, for the front 3, I will always have Kai Havertz. Kai Havertz, like the example I've used before, he's that type of player, again, in a mode of Kanu Nwanko, the Nigerian international. Again, you can say you don't know what he does on the pitch until you take him off.
Yes, well put, sir, well put.
So as much as Kai Havertz doesn't score too many goals, he makes some good runs, and in most cases, those that is the 2-6s or some of his pairing in the 8th position in the front areas don't see him, which comes down to him playing in multiple positions. Again, that as much as you can say, again, that has affected them knowing how each other plays. The understanding isn't where it should be quite yet. Again, plus he's a very intelligent player, so I'd rather again Raheem Sterling here and Kai Havertz being one of those 3 attackers there. And I would start Broja if it was me.
Sure.
But if it were to be up to me, if it were to be up to me to make that decision, but I think again it will end up possibly being Aubameyang starting here, and I think there's a chance also he does what he did the last time, but because we have Koulibaly here and Cucurella is out, I see Chilwell coming in.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, again, it's not easy. Like I said, I'm going to keep repeating myself. We don't have enough to work with
No,
until we see him play 3, 4, 5 games at Chelsea. That's when you can say, okay, this is more likely to happen. But go ahead.
Yeah, a greater sampling rate, right? To extrapolate ideas from.
Yes, a sample size, yes.
Yeah, we don't have that. We have 90 minutes. That's it. That's not enough. And that was not even a Premier League game. So, yeah, I'm a bit hesitant that he would actually use this formation. I'm thinking, does he want to control the game with possession, or does he want to treat it, soak up the offense, and then work on the break? You know?
He's never the type to soak up. Yeah. Although I think you say he drills his teams to defend as a unit. But one thing that you see with Graham Potter's team is bravado.
Yeah, which is good. Team spirit.
Very, very brave. No matter how aggressively you press them, they still want to play their game. They still want to play their game. And I think with Chelsea, he's even more equipped to take that up a notch.
Yeah.
He has more quality at Chelsea, again, to show what he's capable of doing.
Yeah, again, to Brighton, yeah.
Yes, again, and I think he will make most of these players better. As much as I love Thomas Tuchel, I'm still going to repeat myself. Yeah, I think he's more of a teacher, a coach than Thomas Tuchel is. Yeah. Thomas Tuchel likes players to be ready to just implement his preferred approach to the game. I know, yes, he has that principle of not micromanaging, but if you watch him, you see he micromanages actually. He in his interview with Rio Ferdinand, he told them he likes players to be able to make their own decision at a certain time in the game. But no, if you follow them, you'd see he actually micromanages. But that's, by the way, again, I think Mount takes this position here. As you can see, again, 59%, Ziyech 9%, Pulisic 5%. The closest is Loftus-Cheek 27%. So I think it will be Mount. As long as I don't think that's where Mount should be playing. Again, but he's played here so much that if you play him deeper, he needs it again. He needs time to readapt again. That's important to note. So yeah, let's see what the chat thinks about the number 9 position. And while I put up the poll, Roger, anything else you want to say about the lineup? Again, you go ahead. The goalkeeping position. I'm sure you know why we picked Kepa Arrizabalaga. Plus, Mendy injury hasn't helped his case. It would have been difficult had it been again that he doesn't have an injury. It would be easy to say, okay, he's injured. It would be difficult to say who among. But now, given how well Kepa has done, plus Mendy isn't fully ready, I think the natural selection there is Kepa Arrizabalaga. Let me catch up with the chat, and I'll come back to you if you have anything to say. Thank you, Kuchila. I'm just trying to open up some mind. Yes, I like that. I like to see opposing opinions. It makes it good. There's always something to learn from anybody that speaks if you pay attention. We're doing the same thing to Sterling, like what we did to Kante. He's being overplayed. I wouldn't say overplayed at this point. How many games has he played? Just a few of them. I would want to see him start in this game. We should give Pulisic, again, I want Pulisic to start, my countryman, but I don't see that happening. I just have to be honest with you. And here, again, yes, people smash the like button. 39 likes is still, let's get it to at least 40 plus. Again, I understand there aren't so many people watch, but we can up the likes. It's up to you. Again, yes, people smash the like button and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. So here confirms Broya traveled, but I prefer him to start. I'd prefer him to start again. Augustin Muti, again, if he traveled, I think that's another excuse to drop him. That makes it easier. Again, I don't know. Let's see what happens. Broya should start definitely, but if he traveled, then Aubameyang remained and trained with the manager. It's not going to be easy. What do you think? Now that we've learned that Broja traveled, what do you think, Roger?
Where did he travel to? Did he play to? Did he fly to?
If he
Albania
traveled, again, I'm not sure where, but as long as he traveled at all, and
It
the Aubameyang
depends
remained
where,
untrained with the team, that's my how I see it. I don't know about you.
That could be a factor, indeed. I agree. He could perceive that as, you spend time on a plane, 3-4 hours one direction, it takes its toll. That could be a factor. But did he travel to Belgium or wherever? Was it local in Europe or was it in South America? It all depends where he played.
No, I don't think he traveled outside of Europe, but it's still again, yeah.
That's not that huge of a factor then. If he flew really far, like a 10+ hour flight one direction, then that's a factor. If it's local, that may not be so much as a factor. As I said, it all depends. I can't read his mind. I'm talking about Potter's. But yeah, that could be a deciding factor in Potter's decision making. A, to go with experience. B, because you traveled. So that bodes well for Aubameyang, in my opinion.
Yeah, it does. Again, he's recovered fully. You could say that the training pictures show he didn't travel. He's involved in all the trainings we've seen so far. Have I started as a 10 of Germany and scored? Maybe time to start him there. That may well be the case, but for Potter to have started him in his first game in charge shows that he sees something in him that he likes. And if he trains more with him, I think he gets a chance to start quite a lot of games. I think we should, again, Pulisic, Aubameyang, and Ziyech, that's what we think. But let's see. Again, and I see something on the screen that says this is a final chance for Pulisic. Whenever his feet, if the opportunity comes, he should take it. Just keep your shoulders up. Again, don't sulk. Just don't complain. Stop. Yeah. Less of that Twitter stunt from your dad is tweeting, deleting about your game time and all that. It doesn't help. I think managers, I can't speak for them, but if I were your manager, again, you do that, I would take it lightly. That's the truth. Again, yeah, both and the hamsters should be benched. But we'll see what happens. Let's for the number 9 position. Let's ask the chat and see what they think.
Hey, coach, did you see Kai's goal against England? The first goal.
It was delicious. Again, the placement was. It's not about power too. He's one of those guys. It's never usually not 99.9% of the time. It's not about power. It's finesse. I think he scored a similar goal, but not in that angle. Was it against Crystal Palace? Again, everybody was just rooted. They didn't expect him to shoot. He's the guy on his day. The slightest of spaces he finds, he does a lot of. He would do a lot of damage to the opposition team. Go ahead, Roger. Sorry for cutting you off.
No, not at all. It was a sublime goal. It was gorgeous.
It was
true. No one was in his face, which is a deficiency on England's defence, but given the opportunity, this is what he can do potentially. Same with Mount. They were clinical, something that we have rarely said about our front three as of late, the last year and a half. So, that's the thing that bugs me. Yeah, you can do it for your nation. Come and do it for our club, please.
I think one fact is they play differently, the German national team, and he's deployed. He's deployed in a different position like we do. I think in the German national team, you could argue he has a stability there. He doesn't have that at Chelsea. Chelsea, maybe that changes under Potter. Yeah. So Roger, what type of game are you expecting, really?
Selhurst Park is a tough place to play. The crowd are on so close to the pitch. It's intimidating. It's loud. It's got 12, 14,000 people or whatever it is. It's a small crowd, but it sounds like 30, 40,000. They're loud. They're boisterous. It's a small pitch, which suits them. Vieira has got them playing really well. He's really.
They're well drilled.
They're very well. He was a great player, wasn't he? So they're tough. They're a tough team. Their upside is quite big. It's a tough and it's a London derby. People need to remember that. It's
easy to forget because it's Crystal Palace and it's not Tottenham or Arsenal or West Ham.
people come for us because we've won so much silverware. We're the only London European champions. And people, I remember QPR were like playing rubbish when they were in the Premier League. They played us, it was their FA Cup final. Like, and I was telling my cousin years ago that he's a Liverpool fan. Yes, he has Everton, and yes, you have United. But guess what? Chelsea have so many London derbies, and they come for us. And those same teams, when they play United or Liverpool, there isn't that enthusiasm, there isn't that derby atmosphere. But when we come to town, this is their FA Cup final. That's all I have to say. So this is going to be a tough result.
Yeah, and again, I haven't asked you this before. Let me do it quickly. Are you concerned? I'm sure you're well acquainted with the Charity FC factor. We've looked at, the head-to-head. We've beaten them in the last 10 games we played against them.
Okay.
I think overall, they've beaten us 4 times, but in the last 10 games, we've beaten them. And also, again, like I said, you're well acquainted with the Charity FC factor. When you see such a statistic, when you start hearing, we're going to beat them, mop the floor with them and all that, I'm usually concerned. Your thoughts, do you fear the Charity FC factor will come into play this time? Or do you think because we have a new manager, I think we do better? And do you think the new manager bounce, is a one-off thing that we've seen that already against Salzburg? What your thoughts?
Well, listen, this is quite common for a new coach to come in and experience what they call a phenomenon of a new coach bounce, which I find, as a fan, I find insulting because it's like, can you imagine if I'm a chef in the kitchen and, and I didn't cook your meal to your liking and you got food poisoning and I say, sorry, customer, I wasn't up for cooking your meal. But like in the NFL or other professional sports, I've seen interviews, sorry, we weren't up for it today. I don't want to hear that. Any other profession, you say that, you're fired, right? But only in sports can you say, I wasn't up for the game today. Like, that's an insult. A, you're paid huge amounts of money. B, is if you really understand the concept of wearing that badge on your shirt, you should give 101%, whether you're playing as a 4th division team or the European Cup final. It should be regardless. So I want to see passion. I think he's renowned as a great communicator, how to get inside people's minds and get the best out of them and ask them what do they feel they're comfortable with, etc. I think he's going to relate to the team quite well. I think they're going to respect him. I think tactically and personally, not that they didn't respect Tuchel per se, but I think he's a very amicable individual. He's cerebral. He seems like a very good chap. I think he's going to go down well for us. I'll be surprised. And
I heard he's able to relate and communicate with players. That is build personal relationship with players, and that makes a huge difference. And that's something that you'd see even in the professional world, not footballing. Again, a working environment. Again, having a personal relationship with your subordinates or those you lead, it does go a long way. If they feel like, again, you're reachable. Again, you care about them. You have a better relationship with them. If they feel like all you care about is work, you don't care about their well-being, you have a serious problem. So, that's a good thing to have. Yeah.
Because let's not forget, with all due respect, most of these players are really young. I mean, I remember being their age. In case you can't tell, I'm not exactly 21.
Don't start, please.
You know what I mean?
I understand your point.
I remember being their age, and I couldn't imagine getting X amount of hundreds of thousands a week and being told I'm great and this and that. It's a different mindset, and I think, at that age, you can believe what you read, and you're gullible. And I think if he can instill discipline, respect, and boundaries, etc., I think he's going to do well. I think he has to nurture the young players, and I think the veterans have to step up also. I'm hoping for a new coach bounce, which I hate that term, but I'm hoping that applies to us.
I hope we haven't seen it again. We've seen it already against us, but I hope it continues for a while.
Yeah, so
But
do I.
again, we're not going to talk about what we expect the results to be because we still have a pre-game show.
Sure,
Which starts 1 hour before the show starts up. So, Roger, I want to thank you again. I cannot thank you enough for finding the time to join. I think you've made it a brilliant conversation, and I enjoy it when my fellow panelists ask me a question. It makes me feel more immersed in the show. And thank you for that great question you asked me. Again, that makes it even more fun. I can't be the one asking the question all the time.
Sure.
Again, I want to say thank you to everybody again in the chat from host trends. I think that's Daniel Josviola, the queen of the house, one of the queens of the house from Choma, finding the time to join. Logitug, Chelsea Diane, Jumport Entertainment, who's now a mod. Thank you very much. PR Curly, Liam Lane, who was here earlier, and Augustine, how do you pronounce Mwauti? Again, everyone else. Liam Lane was here. The first person that was here, DJ Sav also was here. Bobby was here too. Again, I cannot thank you guys enough. With that, we've come to the end of the show. Again, there's a chance we have an evening show today. If not, I'll see you guys tomorrow for another Blue Morning show. Thank you. God bless us all, and bye.
you.